Okay, no problem.
Honorable members, the Honorable Mr. President,
Asseyez-vous, honorable député.
Do take a seat, honourable members. Our proceedings are resuming. I'm going to ask the clerk to introduce the rest of the agenda for this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The next item on the agenda is the presentation and debate on the performance review report of the Pan-African Parliament activities. Presentation that will be given by the President of the Pan-African Parliament. We therefore ask His Excellency Honourable Chief Fortune Charumbira to present the report of the Pan-African Parliament activities. You have the floor, sir.
I join you in clapping in response to your kind welcome for me on this podium. Good afternoon, honorable members. Once more, I want to thank you for your resilience, honesty to duty, and commitment to duty. I'm going to present a performance report, and this report is 22 pages. I will not read every sentence to save you from time and boredom. Whatever the quality of a report, but when it goes for 22 pages, something else. And also, we are moving well in terms of time. We are likely to close this afternoon or evening, but today. Let me preface my report with a quotation from the late American religious leader and author, Thomas Monson, who said, "When performance is measured, performance improves. When performance is measured and reported, the rate of improvement accelerates." So we are reporting performance in order to see that are we moving well. Like I say, I will not go through everything, otherwise we will unnecessarily take too long. The Bureau of the Parliament, in liaison with the bureaucracies, and it set out the Pan-African Parliament 2023 corporate goals during the joint planning meeting. These corporate goals are aligned with Agenda 2063 and the 2019 to 2023 Pan-African Parliament Strategic Plan. The corporate goals include, among others, as we try to measure ourselves, one, transforming the Pan-African Parliament to make it more effective and functional in the fulfillment of its mandate. Mainstreaming the voices of the African people into its business processes. Strengthening the role of the Pan-African Parliament in the continental governance matrix. Formulation of model laws. Institutional arrangements to support coordination, partnerships, and participation in parliamentary initiatives. To deepening advocacy around the African Union theme of 2023, which is Year of the FCTA, acceleration of the FCTA implementation, and improving coordination, collaboration, alignment, and synergy building with other African Union organs. This is what we set ourselves as a parliament to achieve. So these will collectively form the basis of the Pan-African Parliament operations throughout the year 2023. So this performance report is presented pursuant to the provisions of Article 3 of the Protocol, the treaty establishing the African Economic Community relating to the Pan-African Parliament, the said protocol. And Rule 16 of the rules of the procedures of Pan-African Parliament also reflects the same. That shows what Parliament should do, and the permanent committees and the Secretariat of this Parliament should be working on. So the objective of this report is to bring to the attention of this August chamber the activities undertaken and the outputs achieved since January 2023. Honorable members, it is important to recall that the outputs are anchored on the 4 thematic objectives of the Pan-African Parliament 2019 to 2023 strategic plan detailed below. And those are strengthening parliamentary functions of the Pan-African Parliament, strengthening partnerships, coordination, outreach, and institutional capacity of the Pan-African Parliament, promoting the Pan-African Parliament's support of human rights and the social inclusion goals of the African Union, and strengthening learning and sharing knowledge management, communication, and advocacy of the Pan-African Parliament. So, summary of our achievements. In fulfilling the fulfillment of the strategic objectives on strengthening parliamentary functions of the Pan-African Parliament, the following activities and programs were executed. A, the participation of the Pan-African Parliament in the meetings and the summits of the policy organs of the African Union. This improved the relationship between the Pan-African Parliament and the AU organs and enhanced the relevance of PAP within the African Union architecture, in addition to providing a platform to make a case for increased budgetary allocations. B, the participation of the Pan-African Parliament in the 146th Inter-Parliamentary Union and the 5th Congress of Speakers of Arab Councils and the Parliaments enhanced the visibility and revitalized the role of the Parliament in international parliamentary diplomacy. Thirdly, the Pan-African Parliament participated in several fora. It is important to report that the permanent committees met from 6 to 17 March, and members deliberated comprehensively on the African theme of the year, accelerating the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation. Strategic Objective 2, which is strengthening partnerships, coordination, outreach, and the institutional capacity of the Pan-African Parliament. The Pan-African Parliament renewed and enhanced collaboration with several regional and international bodies. Key among these are the following: participating in the 17th session of the Conference of the Parliamentary Union of Member States and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, which led to the renewal of the Pan-African Parliament collaboration with international stakeholders. Pan-African Parliament's official visit to the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria and the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic. Strengthening cooperation between Pan-African Parliament and the Saudi Parliament, Saudi Arabian Parliament. Working visit of the African Union Commission, the African Union Commission Deputy Chairperson to the PAP, and the Pan-African Parliament working visit to the Republic of Kenya. The strategic objective number 3, Pan-African Parliament contributed to the promotion and support of human rights and the social inclusion goals of the African Union through the participating in the election observer missions to Nigeria and of course to other countries, and now we are in Guinea. Additionally, the Pan-African Parliament observed International Women's Day. This has been mentioned, of course, in other reports. Pan-African Parliament convened a side event on the issue of status of women, and this again has been mentioned by other reports. The strengthening learning and sharing knowledge, media engagement with the African Union, commemorating the Pan-African Parliament Day, and participating in the African Union Model Summit. This one, I went to the University of Johannesburg and interacted with students. I addressed them, among other speakers. Collaboration between PAP and the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, with regard to food security. That, I think, 3 or 4 meetings have been organized. So the issue of mainstreaming the voices of the African people in parliamentary activities created awareness and citizenry input into our decisions, strengthening institutional capacity and energy. The key challenges faced by PAP in the implementation of the strategic objectives include the issues of inadequacy of human resources, financial, and the issue of the delay in the recruitment of staff, and the lack of incentives for members of parliament to work motivated, and poor attendance of sessions by members. I want to say that I think we are now planning, and the Bureau will soon be discussing the issue of attendance for the future. We are going to record as we go forward from August or September. We should have a record of attendance of every member. When they come in, they go out, which day they came to PAP, which day they left. So for planning purposes. So a report will be compiled where each member is shown, for each member, the attendance pattern. And we can't have a parliament where people do as they like. It can't work. It can't work. Yes. Like now, some people came somewhere, no money, fine, good excuse. It also makes that parliament to see that our members attended for 4 days, but these other members attended for 21 days. So then you expose yourself as a country that you are doing a disservice. So it's good information even to your speaker and the clerks in parliament, just to see that, look, we seem to be lagging behind. So that information is helpful, so that the parliament can help you and say, no, we need to fund our members more. But some people, and this goes to regional chair caucuses, regional caucus chairpersons. Sometimes you nominate people to take positions as chair, as deputy. They come for 2 days. They don't come for the bureaucracy meeting. They come late. After 3 days, they go back. Why did you appoint them? Why do you give them these positions? Eh? Give them to dedicated people. If we were to, right now, in terms of numbers, you'll be sufficient to hold a bureaucracy meeting in terms of number here. But if we say the correct people in the bureaucracies, there will be no quorum. So people who are not even in the bureaucracies are even more committed to business of PAP than those who are in the bureaucracies. And I think it's an issue that a chairperson of Zokoka should say, my dear, if you are so busy on other things, can we give this position to someone else? Yes. Right, I'm trying to skip certain things. You are all aware that we organized a meeting with a permanent representative council of the union here in South Africa, what we call the PAP PRC retreat, which we held in December. We shared with them almost everything that will make PAP succeed. Although so far we don't seem to get much support, despite the retreat. And then when we went to Addis as a bureau for the summit, we also took that opportunity to meet other commissioners there. For example, the commissioner who is in charge for trade and industry, so that we could work together around the acceleration of the African Continental Free Trade Area implementation. Commissioner Mchanga. We also met Commissioner Ambassador Bankole, who is Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, PAPS. Then we ended up agreeing on a joint work plan to work together on issues of strengthening democracy on the continent. And of course, issues of election observation. Then we managed to meet the deputy commissioner, so the deputy chairperson of the commission, deputy to His Excellency Musa Faki. The deputy is Her Excellency Dr. Monique Sanzambanganwa, deputy chairperson of the African Union. We raised the issues of recruitment, which continue to haunt us. And I'll come back to the issues of recruitment and how they are haunting us. And then we also attended the Executive Council Ministerial meeting on Foreign Affairs under the theme, of course, again, of the AFCTA. And we participated in those meetings. We have also attended several other meetings which are in the report, and I cannot be just going through all those. Our committees have been meeting. They remain our engine room for everything. And I want to express gratitude to South Africa, the government, and His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa for ensuring that, first of all, we are properly hosted here, and then, of course, sending Minister, someone at the Department of International Relations and Cooperation to be part of our gatherings. We were supported by Right Honorable Lady Justice Regine Charumbira, Judge of the African Court, in March. And in March, if you remember, some of the successes that we have scored is that we started implementing our new rules. Actually, it's very important that even as we talk of new rules, some people forget that in March, we implemented the new rules. In March, we saw in new members of parliament in March. That was in terms of the new rules. The old rules did not allow swearing members in March. So in March, we did swear in new members because of the new rules. And then the audit committee, audit and public accounts, engaging the African Union Advisory Board, while the Committee on Youth, Gender, Family and Disability, and the Committee on Health, Labor and Social Affairs jointly engaged the Social Affairs Department at the African Union. The African Peer Review Mechanism, APRM, also addressed the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, and the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment was joined by the Pan-African Climate Justice to discuss the updates and outcomes of the COP27. So during the same time in March, the Secretary General of the FCTA managed to address our plenary and the committee, and his name is His Excellency Wamukele Mene, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Then again in March, we had a meeting with the Deloitte team, so the Deloitte and Touche reform team. The team was led by Professor Pierre Mokogo Mbonjo. Here they came here at PAP, and we came into the plenary. In the plenary here, we were a meeting with the reform team, and we expressed our views on the reforms of the African Union. That was quite a big plus on the 8th, on the 17th, no, 16th of March. And then moving fast so that I don't have to read everything. We went to Algeria, a bureau and caucus chairpersons. We went to Algeria upon the invitation of the government of Algeria. And I should say this was funded by Algeria itself. PAP did not spend a cent. PAP did not spend a cent on that one. So we want to thank Algeria for the support. And when we visited, and they are sitting over there, we had chairman of caucus, Northern Caucus, Honorable Azadin. We want to thank you here, to thank Algeria. We met the foreign minister of Algeria in Algiers and shared all issues about PAP. We also met the Minister of Energy and Mines, and we met the Minister of Communications, Transport, Minister of Home Affairs. We also went to, well, we addressed students. It's a big university. For a part of our own visibility, we went to Brahim Sultan Chabo University, commonly known as the Algiers 3 University. And we told the students that Pan-African Parliament is their platform for the continent. And we are here to get views from them and share what is happening on the continent. And that was a good climax of the visit. A whole university of more than 100,000 students. We had a good time with the students. We gave them a PAP lecture, and they really showed a lot of interest. Some up to now are still, they are communicating on the issues that we agreed. I'm still in Algeria, sorry. We went to visit the Pan-African University Institute of Water and Energy Sciences. And again, we addressed students and we shared a lot of common knowledge. Whilst in Algeria, Algeria was kind enough to support us and gave us a flight, an aircraft to go into Sahrawi and meet and see for ourselves the conditions of some of the people in the Sahrawi camps. So we managed to visit. It was a very good new aircraft. Yes. Right. We also have strengthened the cooperation agreements. You are aware that United Arab Emirates Parliament, we now have an MOU, and United Arab Emirates have since given this parliament $500,000 US to revamp a issue of energy, data storage, and some modernized infrastructure, ICT infrastructure in this parliament. We believe this will happen, start flowing very soon. Saudi Arabia has also committed some amount to support us. The amounts are not yet known, but they say they would give us quite some good amount. So I think this year, Qatar has also invited us. Let me say the interest in PAP across the globe has grown very, very much. Where everyone now doesn't want to meet without PAP. And fortunately, these people fund because we don't have money to go everywhere. So Qatar also invited us. And they went there for 2 days. The Shura Council and strengthening collaboration. The deputy chairperson of the African Union Commission came to PAP. She came on the 18th of April upon our invitation, and we went through a lot of issues about Pan-African Parliament, which you will see administrative, finance, of course, issues of staffing. And then I went to Kenya to persuade the president of Kenya, and I was joined by the great team of Kenya MPs. And can you stand up? Right. They did a great job, these people, to talk to the president before I arrived. And then when I arrived, we went together to State House. And indeed, you saw President William Ruto in this chamber because of good work done by this team. We thank you. We thank you. So the president came here. As per culture, we meet all the ambassadors, African ambassadors. They come to PAP before we have a session and agree on all programs. Like I say, we sent an observer mission to Nigeria. Unfortunately, the numbers are deplorable because they say there's no budget. And right, I'm skipping some of these things. I don't take too much time. Media engagement, no. Food security, no. Let me move to issues inside. Right, I'll start with recruitment. Recruitment. You are aware that when the new PAP was launched on the 29th of June, 2022, we had no clerk of parliament in office, no deputy clerk, finance and administration, and the whole list was 22. we then started off and say, look, we want all these 22 in place, in office, by end of July. Then we are told to advertise, although the policy of the AU says each organ shall recruit its own staff. They say, fine, you recruit, but as an AU, we also have guidelines that you have to respect. Recruit, but there are guidelines. And one of the guidelines is the issue of merit-based recruitment. So what does it mean? It means advertisements are done by the African Union, not by each organ. We contested that, naturally, that's unfair, but unfortunately, salaries are paid from Addis, not from here. So, okay, we send them 22 job profiles. Hello, please, Madam President, protect me from those people there. Madam President, protect me from those people. Those other members there.
It is out of order that they speak on the phone
They are
whilst
speaking
the
on the
session is
phone.
on. Is that what
They are
you do
there,
in their
yeah.
parliaments? That's ridiculous.
Why can't they go outside and consult? Right, my story is recruitment. You advertise through the AU, they have a system, what they call AU portal. And I'm explaining these things for the future so that after this afternoon, you also know if you have people from your countries that you want to join Pan-African Parliament. That is the procedure. That the advertisement is by the AU, and people apply to through the AU portal and some IT system. When they've applied, but in this case, it took July, no advertisement, August, no advertisement. Sometime in September, a bit later, around the 24th, from 1 July, advertisement only appeared in September 24, no advertisement in September. And when they advertised, out of 22, they advertised only 10. The other 12 are out. Okay, we had problems, we wrote to them, this is unfair, you can't do this. So, around the 24th of October, it was possible that we proceed with the interview. Since the advert was closing, I think on the 24th, well, then we said to ourselves, by the 26th, we shortlist. Before end of October, we go for interview. Before the session ended in 2022 November, we recommended the interview conducted and the clerk is appointed. Now, when we moved to the second, give us CVs of those who applied. AU said, no, we don't give you CVs. We do what is called a pre-screening. Pre-screening. You said, no, but now you are shortlisting on our behalf. What is that? They say the computer system into which they apply, in itself, when they apply, it screens. They call it long listing. It removes some names. Said, no, you can't do that. We want all the names. We kept writing to the deputy chair of the commission. We want all the CVs. We even alleged potential corruption. You want to take out some people? Say, no, okay, fine. Give us the CVs. Then they told us out of the 356 for clerk, 22, we are giving you 22 CVs. I said, but where are the rest? More than 300. They say, unfortunately, the system only releases certain CVs, not everybody. It screens on the basis of qualification. If you're not qualified, throws you out. Qualification, experience, and another major issue, what they call quota system. So if you are outside the quota, you are out. What is quota? What they mean by quota, they say all the 55 countries in the union, the clerk is grade D1. If you come from Kenya, you've applied. But within the AU system, there is someone from Kenya already working for the AU who is that same grade D1. You are removed, you are out. Because we cannot have two from the same country. And they had a list. And the clerk can help me get that list. Or whoever is near here can rush to the director of the bureau and say, can you have that list? Among the ushers, someone should rush to the director of the bureau to give a list of quota. Let's say quota at AU. I don't see anyone moving. Right. It should be helpful sometimes to read the countries which they said these don't qualify. So you may have someone that you thought was a good candidate for clerk, but they removed, that machine just removes. So they say you have 22. We made nice. That was in October, November. We went to the AU and protested to the deputy chairperson of the commission. But they were stuck. He said, there's no other way in the AU. You only get those 22 CVs. We won't show you those that failed. We delayed the recruitment because we were fighting, saying, no, we can't. Eventually, we would ask other organs. They find that the other organs had followed that system. But they also say it's a bad system. So they okay, give us CVs. I think it is now around March, April. CVs those that 22. They say, oh, between October and April, March, because of the delay, some countries or candidates who had qualified to be on the 22, their countries now are out also. So we have 6 only CVs. Again, we were shocked. How can you give us CVs and you want to shortlist from 6? Because when you shortlist about 8. Again, we were stuck. It meant that we would go without a clerk maybe for 2 or 3 years. Then we said, okay, give us the 6, otherwise this thing will not end. We got the 6 shortlisted and got 4 out of the 6. We interviewed for clerk. I think you heard this week, Monday, yesterday. And the interview, when we said regional chairpersons come into the interview so that it looks transparent for everybody. So we invited the regional chairpersons. But there was a condition for anyone to participate in the interview that you had to be trained first on this merit-based system. You had to be trained. So President of PAP, go into training. Bureau, go into training first. Everyone should go into training. Otherwise, you can't participate even in the interviews. Then they say, look. Oh, we agreed. We had no option. We were all trained as a bureau. So we had the interviews, and with the assistance of the AU, they sent somebody here in the panel, although the AU person was not scoring. Then we had Ernst & Young, consult Nairobi. Ernst & Young in Nairobi, they were operating from Nairobi. We did the interview together, both the oral There's a group interview, a group and an individual. And I'm proud and happy to say we have come up with a choice of a clerk whom we believe will deliver. Yes. There are naturally three names. Three names, first, second, and third. I also want to remind this plenary that in November, on the date is what? The date is 12 November. During the session, you as a plenary mandated the Bureau to say, look, this requirement of coming to the plenary to present the names of clerk and deputy clerk may take time, because that time we thought we may conclude interviews by December. Then you said, please go back, do the interviews, and if you go to the Hansard, Bureau was mandated to recruit, appoint. The Bureau should recruit, appoint, and report, and appoint means that by the time you come, there will be a clerk seated and having a signed contract. We couldn't find one until yesterday. So we have three, and we are recommending the number one, the one who was number one. The now was number one. Number one is called Lindiwe Kumalo. Number two is called Dr. Diallo. The other one may be difficult. And number three is Mr. Sid Ali. Of the three, the first candidate got 92, the second got 80, and the third got 72. And we are recommending as Bureau, the first candidate, who at the moment is the head of the Banjul Commission. If you know the Banjul Commission, the Commission on Human Rights, Human and People's Rights. So she's already working like within the AU system. She has been in the system for some time and is a top lawyer, is an advocate. And we highly recommend that candidate to you, Lindiwe Kumalo. We are recommending Lindiwe Kumalo, who got 92 to the plenary. You are quiet. Should we withdraw the name? A female, for the first time, Pap clerk. For the first time, the clerk, since 2004, for almost 20 years, we've never had a female clerk at Pap. A female who of a very high competency, and I tell you, will not let us down. So I just want to have a formal endorsement now. You wanted to know that you're a female. Any objection, we start from there. Any objection to that clerk? No objection. Those who say yes, can you clap your hands? So agreed by consensus. We now have a clerk. Now, yes, this is called the consensus. They are not here, unfortunately. They flew back. They are all busy flying back. They are all out of town. Sorry? Sorry?
Yeah.
Can you maybe speak so that we benefit all?
From your communication, Mr. President, you stated that the Parliament passed a resolution to allow the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament to recruit and appoint the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament. And therefore, the decision was already made. We are here only to endorse the decision that were made and your presentation. I do want to move that the Parliament, Pan-African Parliament today, having heard from the President the qualities and the capabilities of the clerk to be recruited, and having had the due process that have been followed in the selection of the Pan-African, the clerk to the Pan-African Parliament, I beg to move that this House do adopt the resolution by the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament to appoint the new clerk.
That was a proposal. Seconder, I'll take it to Egypt. Sorry, I'll take it to Egypt.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. President. Actually, we are very happy as women at the Parliament that now we have the first Vice President as a woman. We have the clerk for the first time since 20 years is a woman. So now I'm happy that we are in a gender committee, and I think most of the women are more appreciated in this Parliament. Thank you very much, and I'm sure that the new clerk will do a good job. Thank you very much.
You also say you second.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Not I am.
No, not second.
Stand up
No.
and formally say you second.
I second.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, question. Although it's not allowed when a motion has been seconded, but just being overly democratic.
Out. Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. President, we are learning that these interviews were only conducted the past few days. So I was wondering, even as we are endorsing the candidate, our preferred candidate, whether those formalities of them accepting, looking at the terms and conditions, has that process as well been concluded so that we are sure we are someone who has accepted the job offer? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me respond to that one first. Can I respond? Yes. All the formalities of acceptance, police clearance, references, certificates, those have been complied with. Thank you. Honorable Barkat.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I thank you, Mr. President. I thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was expecting that we could at least be given, even if it is Africans that we recruit, if you could please give us the villages of those three candidates. Yeah, he means by villages, countries. He means by villages, countries.
The interpreter, you are using a wrong word, I believe, because you are saying the villages.
Yes, this is what he said. I repeat. Yes, the continent is like a country. Now all the rest, Djibouti, Côte d'Ivoire, are villages. So could you please tell us which country is she from? Thank you.
From South Africa. And then the second one was from Mali. The third one was from Sahrawi. There were someone from Lesotho and others who did not make it. Just for you to be satisfied again with this issue, I just got the list of countries which were disqualified from submitting a clerk Yes, I don't want to make a mistake. Yes. Nigeria, South Sudan, I don't know whether this is true. Congo, Togo, Eritrea, which country? Djibouti. Here it is all red. Ethiopia, Sudan, Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Congo DRC. No, Congo DRC was okay. But Cameroon, Zambia, Uganda, Gabon, Botswana, Senegal, Benin, Rwanda, Malawi, Sierra Leone, Mauritania, the Gambia. I think that's the end, I think. Yes. So they will say these countries they are shaded red. They have met their quota within the AU, so we cannot have candidates from these countries. That's how they operate.
Thank you, our president. I wanted to ask one question.
Yes.
How come when they are doing advertisement, they are doing it in AU, but the interviews are done here in PAP? Why can't we advertise here in PAP and do the interviews here? And why was Kenya disqualified? Thank you.
Okay. I'll start with the last one. That's what they just give us these things. They say Kenya disqualified because within the AU system, all the organs, not in Addis only, whether in Banjul Commission, whether in Egypt, where there is a person from Kenya who occupies a position D1. That's how they disqualify across the continent. So someone can be working for the APRIM, for example, here in South Africa, or NEPAD, a Kenyan in NEPAD, or in Africa Continental Free Trade Area in Accra. Then they disqualify. It's the whole community of the continent. So that's where we are. The position of Deputy Clerk, Finance and Administration will be advertised. Again, it's true, they might have said by next week, for example. But again, we send it to them, and then they take their time. But we'll make sure that as these positions are advertised, of course, they are on the PAP website. That's one. I think last time we said, please let us send emails to all MPs once there's an advertisement. All MPs should know. And then there are those who say, in this PAP of my region or our region doesn't have, or my country, first of all, you have to apply. If your citizens from your country don't apply, you will never have anyone in PAP. And if I were you, my strategy is to apply for any post. Everything that comes, encourage your people, 10 or 15 on one position. All of you apply. In the end, you may get something. So let us apply. And we see the quota is across the union. It doesn't consider within PAP how many countries here are represented. Since we conduct interviews at the level of deputy this, deputy that, assistant this, if your people apply and like they come close, very close in results with someone who comes from a country that already have staff at PAP, I think the consideration is better give that candidate coming from a country which does not have anybody at PAP. Such things will be considered, but it is only considered if your people are applying and performing at least to that level where even sympathy can be reasonable. That's important. And I think we need to close today. I think that is I can end here and then respond to. For the issues of budget, I can't repeat. We have heard about budget problems. We have heard about allowances for MPs the issue of medical insurance or assurance, shortage of staff. I think these we are all aware, we are working on them. So let me end here and give room for debate. Thank you.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. الشكر في الحقيقة مستحق لكم يا سيادة الرئيس على هذا العرض القيم
We thank you, Mr. President, for the presentation. It has been complete, and you've given us an overview of the entire situation of the Parliament over 1 year. I think it is testimony to your competence and your capacity to manage the good governance of the various departments of the Pan-African Parliament. I want to thank you for that. I think you have really improved the image of the Pan-African Parliament, and you are serving this continent with great competence, and therefore you are giving us an idea of what other African countries had as an image of the Pan-African Parliament that is now evolving in the right direction. Again, hats off, and I'm really happy to take part in this discussion by saying that we've got about 20 speakers who want to take the floor, so we'll limit the speaking time to 3 minutes per person. And then later on, I think we'll put up a new list before we can close business for the day. Now, let me recognize Honorable Esther Motoni from Kenya. You have the floor, ma'am.
Madam Vice President, I just want to say that it's an absolute honor to be part of the Kenyan delegation and to be led by the President, Chief Fortune. The speech, your guidance, your mentorship, through your leadership to lure our president to come to this august house and give us an absolute good talk on not just Kenya, climate change, but also Africa as a whole, the direction that we have to take. So as a member of PAP, I look forward to the next 4.5 years and to your leadership and to us fighting, succeeding in the various challenges. I mean, I really think that there's a lot of work that has to be done. Obviously, it all boils down to us being given the teeth to be able to do the job that we were meant to do. But more than that, it's also to get the right finances. And we as Kenya, we will go back and look at whether Kenya is one of the countries that hasn't paid up. And I request all the members here to also do the same so that we can pay up our dues and be able to at least give the Pan-African Parliament its initial strength as we fight for our space in ensuring that we can legislate with good model laws for not just Africa, but also as an example to the whole world. We've got a lot of challenges from unemployment to climate change to food security to poor health infrastructures, to trying to find a balance between where our colonial masters left us and where we have taken off as a continent. I believe that the dark continent is no longer dark. We have a lot that we can offer, and together we can achieve anything. God bless Africa. God bless the continent of Africa and its space in the world. Thank you.
شكرا أختنا الفاضلة إستار موتوني على التزامكم بالوقت وعلى
Thank you very much for sticking to the time, and also thank you for the to-the-point comments. Now I give the floor to our colleague from Ghana, Mubarak.
يبدو أن النائب منتقى غير موجود، لذا ندعو لويد كاسينغو من ناميبيا.
Honorable Montaka is not in the room, so Honorable Kasim from Namibia. Honorable Kasingo, are you there?
The report of performance of our PAP, I just want also to add some comment and proposals, not necessarily related to the report given, but just to the attention of the President. I would like, Your Excellency, that we used to pass resolutions and recommendations. And I would like to propose, probably in the future, to create a time, I don't know where, so that we, PAP, can report back on what happened to some of the resolutions and the recommendations we have passed. The second point is also related to the, we might recall that this first week we were blessed with civil society and also the institution of human rights of Pretoria, who come up with many recommendations. And I recall that some of the members, and also you, Your Excellency, proposed that the recommendation given by the civil society should be distributed to different committees to look at them. I mention this particular point because I take note amongst those proposals, there were many proposals related to my committee on cooperation, international relations. I do remember that I bring to the attention of our deputy chair that can we deliberate on those recommendations from civil society. But however, I was told that the clerk who is serving our committee have so many work to do. Together with this, I would also like to propose, the question is, what will happen to those recommendations? The third question, the third proposal or comment is, I would like, for example, my committee on cooperation, international relations, a vacancy has took place because our chairperson, because of the new four committee, which PAP come up, he was appointed as a chairperson of the new committee. As a result, there is a vacancy of the deputy. Oh. If the vacancy has arisen, it must be filled as soon as possible. I mention this because I'm worried concerning the sitting of my committee on cooperation. We just sit once since we came here. The other thing I would like to bring to the attention of Your Excellency, I suppose to do it if we have been given a chance to report back from our national parliament, from our report. I would like to propose that might be like in the future, after every plenary, every session, the PAP must come up with an executive summary report containing the resolutions and recommendations and who's supposed to act on those recommendations, so that that report could be sent, uniformity report, to our parliament. And when we come here, then the report back and the follow-up will be easier. The final one is concerning Malabo Protocol. We have, I think, 15 countries. I congratulate those 15 countries who have ratified the Malabo Protocol. Namibia haven't, but we will soon ratify it. We will go back again. And the group of Namibia has more than twice have seen our head of state concerning this. Our Minister of International Relations, Your Excellency, you know her. She was one of those ministers who helped us to ensure that we talk of the system of, can you help us? Who helped us in Addis Ababa when you were to lobby them to ensure that we are talking of the rotation.
Yes.
And on that basis, these two big personalities, I don't think they will have a problem. But however, together with that, I would like to propose, if it's possible, maybe to have a meeting with the foreign ministers of our member state to lobby them on Malabo protocol. Those are just my proposal, Your Excellency. Otherwise, I support the report. Thank you.
نذكر الزملاء الأعزاء بالالتزام بالوقت. أعطينا 3 دقائق.
I think there is need for us to stick to the time. We have 3 minutes each. Please stick to that time. Now let me recognize now the next speaker, and that is the Senator Dawala Alja.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. In June 2021, when I came for the first time in this hall, what I saw was chaos. Right Honorable, in 2 years, this Parliament has been able to begin to move in the right direction thanks to the actions of the President and the members of the various caucuses. And I can only say I'm extremely pleased by what we've done and achieved so far. But I have a few concerns. The first of them is that I would like to reflect with you on the implications of the resolutions and model laws that are approved by this Parliament. If they're not internalized, then we will have been working for no reason. And if we don't give ourselves the means for us to be able to ensure that the resolutions are adopted, our work will not bear fruit. That's why I wanted to say that we need to create a virtual library for all the resolutions, the model laws adopted by this Parliament and protocols, so that we can find them when we need them in this virtual library, so that all parliamentarians across the planet can also have access to them, for us to be able to prepare these various documents. And secondly, let me insist on the fact that despite the lack of means, let's make sure that the little bit of money that we have, we put it on that advocacy work. Otherwise, our work will bear no fruit. The second concern, Madam Chairperson, is to know when at the Pan-African Parliament we're going to discuss the various issues that bedevill the world today. The world is changing, and changing very quickly. Climate change is a problem. Do we have a common position? What are we suggesting with regard to energy, with regard to the dilemma that countries are faced with today? We spoke about the digital world and AI. I think all these issues need to interest us and allow us to tackle these matters so that we can offer solutions both to our parliaments and to the Parliament and the AU. Microphone, please. A third concern, and the final one. I'm concerned by our relationship with the African Union and our positions, because is the African Union in crisis? So, to be short, I want to suggest to the President, as he said and acted for Kenya, Your Excellency, Right Honorable President, I think your mission is a political one. Please make sure that you meet every single head of state across the continent And I think the next step is to go to Tanzania so that we speak about the Pan-African Parliament and continue to do our advocacy work. And I want to come back to my proposal designed to improve the rate of attendance to our meetings so that we can then reduce the duration of these sessions. Thank you very much.
شكرا سيدة سيناتور الموقرة. الآن المتدخل اللي يلي هو الموقر سعيد إبراهيم سعيد من الجمهورية العربية الصحراوية، فليتفضل مشكورا.
Our Republic, please. Thank you, Secretariat, for the quality of the report we've just listened to. And I take this opportunity too to say that this has been a great achievement, very, very enriching work, and which grows this Parliament even more in our quest for greater cohesion and coherence, and by so doing be able to serve this institution, which should do even better and become the pride of the continent, and to which I think would only give honor and privilege, so that we work continuously towards the improvement of the people of this continent. Thank you for your comment on this report and your visit to the Harawi Democratic Republic, and again, thank you very much for that. Thank you very much to our colleague Said. The floor is to Madam Sania. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. In turn, let me congratulate the Right Honourable President for this report and for the various activities being carried out by the Parliament. I think that everything that you have been doing can only be lauded for giving the visibility that this Parliament requires, and also to have been able to elect or rather appoint a clerk. And that needs to be recognized, I think, for what it is, so that we are able to accelerate this process, the process of recruitment of additional staff, and to make sure that we can then fill the various positions that are still pending. After a year, we have been able to appoint only one person to the position of clerk, and this is a very strategic position. So I think if we compare that to the rest of the positions that are not filled yet, I'm going to ask the President and the Bureau to continue working tirelessly to ensure that all these positions are properly filled, and this Parliament, therefore, is going to take great benefit because it's going to be able to carry out its activities. Thank you very much for that. Now let me recognize my honorable colleague Muhammad Ali from Djibouti. Is he here? I recognize the Honorable Evariste Dimyang from Cameroon.
I don't have any other thing but to thank God for what I'm seeing today. I was here last year, and when I got here as a Cameroonian, I actually got very frightened. It was like, well, you're coming into a new home. What do you do? And I offered God prayers, not only for myself to succeed here, but to everybody here seated and to Africa. I can only thank God that at least we have landed where we are. Mr. President, His Excellency, with your team, all of us here, we are very proud of you. There could be little leakages, but I know that God will fill those leakages and will continue. I want to thank you people and pray that as elders, you people should pray for each other, because we are praying for you and we are praying for Africa. I think some of us will go back home today very, very proud the message of the president going out for outreach, for politicking, it should be our duty. If you hear the president is going to any country and you think that you have connections in that country, connect them. Let us all be very, very positive about our Africa. I think that there have been hard words. The north of Africa, no, that's not the issue. The issue is that when we get very excited and we get very, very concerned about our continent, we can talk like a family inside, but we'll get outside there. Let us show to the world that we're a happy couple. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Some of us are very proud. We would like to remain here forever. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا السيد نديم.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndim. Now, Madam Majorina has got the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam First Vice President of PAP. Yesterday, when you were welcomed here, I was on national duties in my parliament. I want to congratulate you once more and say we are here to give support to the entire bureau. This bureau of a president and 4 vice presidents is supported by us because it was elected by us. I thought the House was going to give a round of applause. Thank you very much. Honorable President, let me echo the words of other honorable members in accepting your very refreshing state of PAP in 2023. On the visit, through the invitation of Algeria up to Sahrawi, the shortcoming of your report, which I want to request that you take it as a constructive criticism, it does not give us what were your findings when you arrived there. What is that you want to recommend here to us? We've seen misery of members here seated in this house who are staying in refugee camps. They come from refugee camps to this parliament. They take more than 5, 6, 7 days to go out of those refugee camps because this African Union and us as a continent don't want to be honest to the truth of the situation in Sahrawi. I don't want to preempt the report, but I want to request you, President, and your team, give us your findings and the recommendations so that we can reach a resolution, a well-informed resolution. The issue of Morocco and Sahrawi is not a secret, it's an open secret. We know there are challenges. And we are here with both countries. We have a responsibility of ensuring that we engage even the members from both Morocco and Sahrawi that are here. We have a role here to bring peace. Poor attendance by members has implication on the image that you are trying to build of this PAP. It is important, therefore, that through the acting clerk, they are registered. Those registers must be compiled and be sent to our member countries. They must know that we come here or we don't come. The issue of Malabo Protocol, what we request, I will speak on behalf of my country, South Africa, we have not rectified and we are not going to rectify soon. What are the reasons? There are clauses that we don't, I think it's Article 5, that says members of the Pan-African Parliament must not be members of Parliament. And that is against the Constitutive Act. Hence, we are not rectifying. Hence, we are not rectifying. What we want, what are the steps towards revisiting that article or clause that we don't agree with. Once that is attended to, then there's no problem, we can sign. But countries must be allowed to raise what they don't agree with. And lastly, the issue of 4 committees. Why it did implementing these rules of ours very fast, rightfully so. The 4 committees, they were here, members were here, but the few members, the committees are not yet populated. So I want to make a plea to all members and my colleagues, the chairpersons of regions. Let's populate the 4 committees to be able to work. We are here to do our work, and we are committed to our work, and we appreciate all the initiatives, President and the Bureau. For you to go up there to go and say members don't get allowance, PAP is unable to discharge its mandate, it shows a visionary leadership. It shows that you want to take us forward, and we'll be behind you. Assist us by being united. It pains us to see 1 or 2 members of a bureau dissenting or talking on a different language. Yes, everyone has a right to opinion, but we look at you as our leaders. And when you come here, do your things there at the presidential boardroom and finish them there, then come here and we must see leaders, solid leaders. Thank you.
شكرا الأخت الفاضلة ماجدينا على هذه.
Thank you very much, my sister Majorina, for this statement. Let me recognize Bakrat from Djibouti, Honorable Bakrat from Djibouti. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you for having been elected to this position and for becoming a vice president and so on. And to the meeting of heads of state and government, to the PRC, and to the Commission of the African Union and other partner institutions. Furthermore, this meeting has seen the presence of 2 heads of states, the chairperson of the African Union, Mr. Azali, President of Comoros, rather, and the President of Kenya, His Excellency Honorable Ruto. Hats off. I think that you've done a sterling job in trying to impress Africa upon the mandate of this Pan-African Parliament. However, what is the impact of their presence? We don't know. It's been too short a time for us to be able to assess, but we do appreciate that this is going to have a very positive impact on the future of this Parliament. And we would want to see the Pan-African Parliament give greater attention to deploy the energy that is needed to attract more heads of state so that they are made aware of our work. And it is quite clear that the issues that Bedeville, the Pan-African Parliament, can only be resolved with the support of a united bureau and a bureau that is functioning in a climate of solidarity. Therefore, please show us your leadership so that we can forge ahead with a minimum of consensus, because we can't really make progress if you're not united yourselves in the bureau. Every politician is quite conscious that no one actually gives a piece of his territory unless he's actually pushed to do so. So we are quite happy that we will seek and obtain additional powers for the Pan-African Parliament. Finally, according to the report of Your Excellency the President, and having made a request addressed to the African Union to see how best they can increase the budget of this Parliament. the PRC will see that we are having indeed budgetary problems. A lot of budgetary cuts have been imposed on the PAP as we compare that to what happened in 2020. Thank you for your kind attention.
شكرا جزيلا السيد إبراهيم. الكلمة الآن إلى النائب الموقر باتريك
We now have the floor. Honorable Paship from Uganda, the Honorable from Ghana. I'd like to give the floor to Honorable Mahmoud Mustapha from Djibouti. Now the floor goes to Janet Kabila of the DRC. You have the floor, madam.
President, for giving me the floor. As with the previous colleagues, I would like to start by congratulating the Honorable President and all the members of the Bureau for this report that they have presented to us, and not only for the report that has been presented, but because of all the achievements that has been presented in the report. I know this is a milestone of success, but I know there are still a lot of things that need to be done. We still have a lot of challenges that have to be dealt with. We spoke about the budget. We have a limited budget. We have the problem of the Malabo Protocol, and also the few attendancy of members from our different countries. Honorable President, I have a few suggestions and maybe a few questions. I would like to know what are the takeaways. I know that we've had the President of Kenya who was here. Before that, we had the President Olusegun Obasanjo, former President Olusegun Obasanjo, and also the current President of the African Union. So what are the takeaways from this? What I suggest is that we take this report that you've presented us and we turn it into an operational plan. Since we know that by the end of this year, we are coming to the end of our strategic plan, and we need to prepare a strategic plan for 2024-2028. Honorable President, on the issue of Malabo Protocol, I think different colleagues have raised it up, and I do agree. I think what we should do, we should give countries that opportunity, and I think I raised this issue sometimes back, that there are different reasons why countries are not ratifying this protocol. Can we go back to our caucuses and to respective countries? I know why they are not ratifying this protocol, because it will take us some 10 more years to get this protocol ratified and enter into force. On the issue of absence of members, Honorable President, you've raised it and you know there are different reasons, but what I would suggest, it's better to have a meeting with the heads of delegation of the different countries and see how we can resolve this problem, and definitely use the October meeting. Madam, s'il vous plaît.
Madam, please.
Can I please continue 1 minute, please? Thank you. Can we use the October meeting, Honorable President, to exchange with the members of our parliaments, because definitely they send us here and they know what time we have to be here, how many days. It's very important that we exchange with them in August, sorry. And I do concur with the Honorable Kasingo, the issue of recommendations and resolutions. There are piles of recommendations and resolutions that have been adopted by this August chamber, but which we don't know the end of it. So can we do an evaluation? And actually, I remember, Honorable President, I had proposed that let our committee on audit and public account deal with that, evaluation of the recommendations and the resolutions. Finally, I want to say that I was a member, as you said, of the panel that interviewed the 4 candidates. And I do confirm here that, yes, Madame Lindiwe was the first. Dr. from Mali, Dr. I forgot the name, Dr. Diallo was the second. And thank you, a great job. Thank you, Honorable President. Lindiwe. Yes.
شكرا.
Thank you, Kabila. And now we give the floor to the Honorable John Baptiste France from Comoros. He's not at the chamber.
Have the floor. I'd like to make a comparison, not a classification, but a comparison. First, there was obvious progress in terms of quality. We have younger MPs, we have more women, and obvious skills. Major senior officials who are part of our institution, ambassadors, ministers, and senior officials. So there's some progress in quality. There's also progress in terms of methodology. That's as regards the work plan. Now, we are requesting that whenever there is a proposal, it needs to be followed up by results, what was proposed or imposed by the president. There is also progress in terms of our partners. Our partners, be they the European Union or others, they hold us in higher consideration. We have a better image. I realized this when we went to meet the European MPs in Brussels at the end of last year, end of 2000 rather, and we realized that comparative to before, we realized that they gave us better consideration. There was a great discussion among us. It was fruitful, and we felt that we were considered better than before. That we must say. We have also been to Algiers, and Algiers there was the meeting of the Islamic Parliament. I'm telling you this frankly. Our president was better received than the previous Islamic, by the other, rather than the other Islamic parliamentarians. And he was the only one to talk about the issue against the Islamophobia in Europe, against immigrants from Africa. So he was the only one to raise this issue, and he was given an ovation since it was shown over the television. It spread throughout Algeria. In Algeria, we also went to the Western Sahara where we were welcomed. I was part of the delegation. He was received, and we were received by a population that was in euphoria, so to speak. Now, that's the most important part of my intervention. There's the paradox between the progress that I've just mentioned and the little resources that we've got. This means that more we make progress, the less resources we have. No national, international, regional institution has their budget slashed. On the contrary, their budget is increased due to inflation. But what we face is budget cuts. So this is a way to muzzle us. So this is inadmissible. So we need to find a solution. We need a strong delegation representing all the committees to go and frankly discuss with the African Union Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Izzuddin. Now I give the floor Tembeke Richard Majola from South Africa.
From South Africa, you have the floor.
Let me also register my appreciation to the President and also to the Bureau for the excellent work that we have done. I'm going to concern, Mr. President, from your report, there are something missing. And almost every sitting of the House, I raise this issue. The issue of the skills audit and the issue of qualification audit. And why do I repeat this every time? Because noticing that there is a capacity problem in the institution. Now, if you notice there's a capacity problem, you must solve it. And how do we then solve it if you don't know what the problem is? Because maybe some of the staff, they need to go to the training, or some, they are given task that is too big for them. We don't know. So that's why that we raise this issue of a skills audit and also qualification audit. We can know that who are we working with. The last one that I normally raise in this House is the organogram of this institution. We can't be members of Parliament. We don't know how our organogram look like. As we know that it's taking so long for recruitment from the AU and PAP. So let's look at what we have and how can we utilize it. How can we utilize the people that we have in our institution, in our organogram? So I would like, Mr. President, if we can take this to serious, because it is very difficult to be a member and you see new people, new faces, you see old faces, you don't know who's these people, what are they doing, what the qualification, do they have the capacities of some of the members, I mean the staff are not so good. We want to help, but we don't know how to help because we don't know what the challenges are. So I would highly appreciate, Mr. President, if you can consider and in your report and try to also address those two issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Honorable Victoria Kingston.
I'd like to give the floor to Victoria Sevingston. Thank you very much.
Submitted in this August House. First of all, allow me also to join the bandwagon in congratulating you, Honorable President, and your team for the work the Bureau is doing to resurrect PAP from his deathbed. A lot has been said, I don't want to repeat. Quickly, I was worried about the 4 communities which Honorable Majotina cited here, because when I looked at the report which was submitted by Honorable Muntaka yesterday, There were only 11 commits which were allocated the funds, excluding the 4 extra commit, and it get me worried. What will happen to the other 4 commits? But maybe food for thought and way forward. Definitely, this commits needs to be adopted. They were already adopted, needs to start work. So as elaborated by Majotina, we need to start work. I'm afraid because I've moved to a new committee. Lastly, Honorable President, just food for thought. We are in a new era whereby most of offices we are going to paperless. When are we going to have a paperless parliament? I'm saying this because from day one we've been receiving reports. Definitely we cannot carry them back home. It will be an exit leakage. So maybe food for thought in future, let's go to a paperless parliament. Thank you so much once again. We wish you well in you. We trust. Let's take PAP to higher levels. Thank you.
شكرا سيدة كينغستون.
Mrs. Kingston.
شينياما من زامبيا.
Thank you so much, Madam. I'll also be brief because colleagues that have spoken before me have done justice to the issues in the report. And no doubt that the PAP indeed has taken its place among the giants in the continent, going by a number of meetings that we've been invited and we've been represented. But like one speaker observed, on the appetite to hear what came out of the mission from Sarawi. For instance, this was a question that was also lingering on my mind with regard to the several missions and meetings that we have attended. What are the real positive, outcomes from these processes? And I think part of the call to have a monitoring and evaluation system will help us to answer the question as to whether really we are getting the best value of our money and time as we participate in all these continental engagements. I take note, it was also interesting to hear that actually the Malabo Protocol has those contentious issues, and indeed they will need to be ironed out in order to motivate the various member countries, to support and ratify, the protocol. Otherwise, it's a pity that the report on delegations from countries, could not be tabled. I'm sure Zambia was going to share the good experience and feedback we had when we presented the recommendations from PAP to our national parliament, which I must say were very well received. And the aspect of the Malabo Protocol actually was one area where members in the Zambian parliament debated in support. So I'm just trying to underscore the importance of taking what we discuss here back home, because there we are sure to get solidarity and support for some of the issues that we are grappling with. On the challenges, Madam President, yes, indeed, the challenges of PAP have been repeated over and over again, but I just wanted to mention here with regard to the one to do with insufficient funding of the PAP. And listening to the report yesterday, which was presented by the chairperson for CAPA, Honorable Sampa, who happens to be our delegation leader from Zambia, what came through, issues associated with financial impropriety, those naturally would not attract. Yes, I was saying those issues make it difficult for any potential funder, to respond positively. So perhaps this is one area, and listening to also, their kind of roadmap with how to deal with some of the issues that were identified in the audits. It gave me a sense that the committee was not working with the speed with which they needed to have been doing that, especially if we are, to salvage ourselves from, what has happened in the past with regard to, the finances of PAP. So I thought that this was very important to just stress that we need to build the confidence, in our would-be funders by addressing all the issues that have been raised from the previous audit reports. And finally, I also took note, indeed, that we are in the last year of implementing our strategic plan. I don't know whether we have already embarked, on the processes that lead up to revising the strategy, because this should be, the time. We've been doing quite a lot. I can't remember clearly how we are moving on this one, but it would be good, to be in full gear at this point, because come 2024, we need to have a strategic plan, in place to guide our business from then going forward. I thought I would just add those few observations. Otherwise, Mr. President, I also join the rest of the members here that are commending you for the leadership that you've provided together with your bureau in trying to steer our PAP to greater heights. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Arlette Borges from Angola.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to salute all the MPs that have been here to the last minute. Likewise, I would also like to congratulate the President for the report that was submitted. We can see that there has been a great effort for the carrying out of the planned activities at the level of diplomacy, advocacy, as well as to improve our results. However, I have some remarks to do. Like the colleagues that preceded me, I think that it will be important that something missing in this report, which is about the grid of recommendations and deliberations, so that we can come out with a report and see what was done, what needs to be done, and when it should be done. It would be very important that we could include a section and a grid relating to these recommendations. On the other hand, as the President said, and I've got a very nice sentence from Thomas M. Smansky when he said, when your results are measured, it is fine. But when it is measured and communicated, the results are much better. I can see from this report that our results has been communicated in a very brilliant way, but has not been measured. It would be very important that this report, if we could measure these results, what was the level of the activities that had been planned, were they 70, 80, or 100% carried out? We could see that they were indeed, but there is nothing here that is recorded. One cannot understand that the efforts made by the President and by the Bureau requires 70 or 80% accomplishment. I think it should be recorded here. Finally, I would like to request that the documents be at least delivered at least one day before, particularly when it regards to reports, so that we can read them, analyze them, and to enable us to participate as in an effective way. In addition, they should also be delivered in our own native languages. We, the Lusophones, we can read Portuguese because that's our language. And Portuguese, as you know, is one of the official languages. But I noted that some documents that are handed to us are not delivered in the Portuguese language. So they've given us the liberations, but these were all in English. We can read English in French.
Jamais. Not yet. Já? Já tem tradução?
الإخوة المكلفين بالترجمة الرجاء الإشارة عند انتهاء المشكل كي نتمكن من مواصلة العمل. شكرا.
Tradução? No.
Madam President, just to conclude, I would like to request the following. It has already been said that the chamber is empty, and yet we are here to basically assess and then approve documents that are very important for us. So I would like to request that at the following sessions, the committee should meet during the very first few days of our session. After that, the report should be finalized, and after that, the plenary should sit and ensure that documents are approved. And we should try to do this in 2 weeks to ensure that members can stay here, because many members have difficulty in being here longer than 2 weeks. At the moment, as you can see, there are very few parliamentarians left in the room. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Didier Molisho from Congo.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. I'd like to join the previous speakers in thanking and congratulating the President and the other Bureau members on this report that translated the dynamism of the Bureau, that reports or details the important activities carried out by the Bureau over the past 5 years of the year. However, Honorable President, I have a small concern. When under item 12 of the French version of the report, you mentioned or enumerated the numerous challenges faced by the Pan-African Parliament in implementing its strategic objectives. And among these challenges, you mentioned the duplication of duties between the Pan-African Parliament and the other African Union organs. Honorable President, in my humble opinion, it should not be about duplication, but about some misunderstanding, because I do not think that the other organs of the African Union have the same duties. And as far as I'm concerned, this misunderstanding it stems from the lack of trust among the various organs. But how can we rebuild trust among the various organs? Honorable President, I think it is already a good thing that the sessions of the Parliament of PAB are always organized on the theme of the Year of the African Union, and this is managed by one of the committee. But, Mr. President, would it not be possible if we could harmonize the work plans among the organs of the African Union and the corresponding committees of PAP, because today the various committees have their work plan for 2023, and when you go to the African Union, the different departments have their own work plan for 2023. The only thing that binds us is the theme of the year that is dealt with by one of the committees in the Pan-African Parliament. Is it not possible for us to propose that as far as the work plan for 2024, for example, is concerned, that there should be a meeting between the corresponding department and the corresponding committee to harmonize the year's activities, and in this way, things will be clear. The department and the committee, what they will do in the African Union, and those who are in the executive, and then we of the Pan-African Parliament are the executive, will know exactly what each have to do. That way, we'll be able to rebuild trust and try to move forward in the same direction. So that is my proposal. Will the tackling of the crisis that is that pits the organs of the African Union against one another, while congratulating you for your work at the helm of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Mr. Didi Moshilo. Now I give the floor to Asan Maro from Niger. The floor is yours.
La vice-présidente.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I should like to echo those who have spoken before me. You know that once again, I would like to congratulate the President of the Pan-African Parliament for all the efforts deployed in the activities of the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. President, many activities have been undertaken during your tenure. Myself and my colleague recognize that the Pan-African Parliament is now very dynamic. Mr. President, I would like that during your tenure an item be raised, and that is the item concerning recruitment of Pan-African Parliament staff. You know that some countries are not represented here at PAP, and there are countries that are represented in staff to the number of 5 or 6. So as far as the 22 positions are concerned, these positions should be given to those who are not represented. I am a member of Parliament of Niger, and no one from Niger is represented here in staff. I know that people from our country have applied for positions here, but never succeeded. So, Mr. President, I would like you to influence this process so that countries who are not represented here in staff be represented. Secondly, Mr. President, in the innovations that you have brought, you spoke about a country report. That is a very good thing. It was in the program today, but given everything that we have to do here, we haven't been able to touch upon this activity, and it is a very good activity. We thank you for introducing this element so that at the level of our parliaments, it is known that we do not come here to be tourists. And also, it is good to supervise the activities of representatives of countries once they are back home. So this needs to be emphasized. This innovation needs to be emphasized. Lastly, Mr. President, there are rumors here that there is no money. People are even saying that the next sessions are uncertain whether they will take place or not. And so I think, Mr. President, this dynamism that has started needs to continue, and you need to influence that so that the sessions can take place. Even if the duration of sessions is shortened, please make sure that sessions do take place. We thank you very much, Mr. President. We thank your team. We are very grateful for the work that you have done. Thank you very much.
شكرا السيد.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Well, and now the floor is to Ms. Iris Ali from Mozambique.
Muito obrigado, senhora.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to congratulate you for the fact that you have returned to the Pan-African Parliament and also that you've been re-elected in your own country. And so we'd like to congratulate you for being able to continue as our Vice President. And we'd also like to wish you the very best and may God bless you. I'd also like to thank the President of the Pan-African Parliament for the excellent report that he has presented to us, and also for the energetic way in which you presented, for you kept us awake throughout your presentation, and that is very positive. I'd like to also make 3 comments. First of all, congratulate you for the fact that we've been able to attain the necessary visibility for the Pan-African Parliament, and this has been done not only in the international institutions with which we normally collaborate, but also the fact that we are much more visible now in our communities. For example, the actions that were carried out to fight against terrorism in Cabo Delgado in the north of Mozambique were very, very positive, and people in our country are now aware of the fact that the Pan-African Parliament model. I believe that the people in my country are very happy with the new model law, and so I think that we should continue with all such efforts. Then I would also like to congratulate you for your leadership, Mr. President, and to urge you to continue with your activities and with your efforts, because I know that we are still facing many challenges in this institution, especially with regard to the planning and organization of our future activities. I think the selection of the clerk is already a very positive step forward, and I believe that he will help us significantly with the planning of our activities, but we need to also continue on the right track with the recruitment of all necessary staff. I'd also like to encourage you to continue fighting our battles on 3 different fronts. First of all, to continue to strengthen the cohesion amongst the members of this institution, the workers here, and the different committees. And secondly, as was mentioned before, it's important for us to ensure that the positioning of our institution is also promoted, and the fact that we invite heads of state to come to the Pan-African Parliament is very positive. It raises the status of this House, and we need to continue inviting heads of state to our sessions. And then the third point is the credibility. So we can't just increase the visibility, we can't just increase the status, but it's important to also ensure that we increase and strengthen our credibility so that we can be taken seriously amongst all the different institutions of the African Union. And then lastly, just to say that I wish you great courage. We know that the greatest leaders are the ones that demonstrate their strength and power when they face the greatest challenges. And so we would like to wish you power, strength, and great success in all your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Kamisim Caroline, Uganda. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam President, for affording me the opportunity to speak, comment on the report. Allow me to congratulate Mr. President and the Bureau for the detailed report. We can't take it for granted. Thank you so much. But I also have some few comments and concerns about the recommendations and the resolutions, especially recommendations we give here, and we end up not getting results. First of all, Mr. President, I'm more concerned about the Marabo Protocol. I have a suggestion, because we all know we have a challenge of budget, no money. Each item or whatever we need to do, it's all about money. I have a suggestion. Honorable Janet Kabira, you talked about meeting the lead of delegations. I suggest we task leaders of delegation in different member states, member countries. It helps us, instead of sending delegations in different countries and knowing that we have a challenge of money, if we can task them, you sit with them, know the challenges of different countries, and we go back, sit with different the concerned ministries. At least by the time we are coming back here in August, each country is able to report about the challenges we have in our countries. Then secondly, I wanted to talk about the issue of positions in PAP. One member commented about some countries not having members. Yes, I agree with them. Mr. President, you recommended if they can always share the advert in time, they have our emails. At least if they can share with all members of parliament, and we are able to talk to our people who are interested in applying. And I love that transparency. At least we expect you when you come, give us more details. We know whatever is happening in PAP because we're more interested as members of parliament. And then on the issue of reports, it's important. If they can already send that report at least 3 days before, they have our emails. It's not, it shouldn't be like a day before or the day we are going to have the meeting. It doesn't give us time to read through and contribute every. Then the other issue, Mr. President, and I think each time we sit, we talk about accreditation all the time we come here, and we've not got a response. What are you doing about it? First of all, it's inconveniencing. A day you come, you're lining up almost for an hour, you're waiting to be accredited. Why can't we have permanent IDs? Till the time we are here. At least we all know the time, or if it's 4 years or 3 years, different countries. Thank you. Then the other issue, Mr. President, I want to appreciate you for the good work you're doing. When we were opening, you talked about the issue of passports. What is happening with the passports? You told us on a Friday, now we are ending and going back, no response. Mr. President, whenever we come here, at least we expect to go back with solutions for some small problems. For example, in Africa, we know there are countries to get a visa the recommendations. I mean, it is too much. You apply, then they give you 16 days. Are we doing this in Africa? Sincerely speaking, the other day when we had a conference, we were embarrassed. You had one of the guests, what she said, and Mr. President, you never commented about it. We need to solve this. We are all here as members of parliament. We know our challenges in countries. Let us not come here and pretend. We go back and talk to our ministries. Why should I be applying for a visa coming to Africa and it takes 2 weeks, sincerely speaking? And then we come here, talk of free trade. How can we do it when we cannot be free to move in different countries? Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the opportunity.
شكرا.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Caroline, Honorable Caroline. Now I give the floor to Dr. Randa Mustafa from Egypt. Thank you, Honorable Chair. First, let me congratulate you to be back again, and congratulations to the rest of the delegation, and God willing, they will have positive contributions in the North Caucasus. I would like also to congratulate the President for this detailed report. And in fact, your energetic actions, and also the traveling from Morocco to Egypt, you were in the Arab Parliament's meetings, and that can be also extended to the Middle East countries like Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and UAE, and Bahrain. These are very positive, important steps to increase the visibility of the PAP and to show people this is a very important institution, support all African member states. Congratulations also, Mr. President, for talking about the MP's presence in the parliament. We come from our member states and supported by our national parliaments to work here for the benefit of the African continent. So we cannot come for a day, 2 or 3 days and leave, or to be here and not to attend. So congratulations for this very important issue, to have governance of the attendance here. I agree with Honorable Janet when she mentioned Malabo Protocol. In fact, the problem is that Malabo Control is not signed by different member states because there are some reservations. Let me suggest that in the coming setting, to collect all reservations of member states and to form a committee to consider the reservations to be referred to the African Union. So such points which delay the signing the protocol can be tackled properly. If we manage to do so, it means that we were successful in this setting. I have only one request. We hope that we can get the program beforehand so that we can be ready. We hope that we can get the program at least a week before. Mike, the microphone is off. So I hope that we can get the programs 2 weeks at least before the setting, so that to be ready and well prepared for discussion. Not only to come here and to receive the program and we don't have the documents. Thank you very much, and thanks go to everyone, and we hope you will be safe back home. Thank you so much.
شكرا دكتورة.
Thank you, Dr. Randa. The floor now to Mr. Mustafa Saad, Egypt. Mahmoud Saad. Thank you for giving me the floor. Congratulations for coming back to the Parliament. We wish you all success at the outset. I would like to comment and congratulate the Honorable President of the Parliament with the whole team for the benefit of Africa, our continent. For the whole year, we started to feel that there's a kind of energy. We are working for the benefit of our dear continent. We can feel the difference. It's a great efforts exerted by the President and the Bureau, and also the Vice Presidents. We started to feel the energy and that we are in a proper institution or parliament. In fact, before the end and the conclusion of this session, I have a number of messages. The first to the Honorable President Charumbira. We all know that the efforts you exert, and we know how hard you work for this parliament, and we assure you that you have our full support for the benefit of this continent and the success of this institution, which is now gaining visibility internationally, not only in Africa. Now we can feel that we have this strong parliament representing Africa. We also cannot ignore the efforts by the vice presidents in working with the president and the Bureau for Africa. I would like also to extend my thanks to the clerk and the staff of the Pan-African Parliament who are working tirelessly, professionally, preparing documents, reports, and services for all the MPs in order to have this session as a success. So I hope to congratulate them. And also I would like to congratulate the new clerk, I wish her all the success. And the microphone. A message to my colleagues here. I feel because of the wisdom of the Honorable President of PAP, we are one family. We have to be well representing our continent. I would like to thank you all, and I hope that we know that we have lots of projects we have to work on in PAP. So I hope that in the coming session, as mentioned by Dr. Randa, to receive the program and the documents early enough. And I wish that you will be safe back home. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Mahmoud. Now the floor goes to Ashini Astin Tituyik, Ethiopia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam. Congratulations for your team from Mauritania and for yourself to regain your position again. I also want to congratulate the President for his presentation and the report of the Bureau and all his team in the Bureau. The Pan-African Parliament is a big institution, and I have been hearing about, even from the report that was made by Honorable Muntaka yesterday on the finance, that it seems as if there is a question of legitimacy of the Pan-African Parliament. When we come to the allocation and distribution of budget. So if we Africans have a vision that we want to have a strong continent, I think Parliament is very important. Because in the mature democracies, executives cannot oversight, cannot supervise their own works. It is the Parliament that pass legislations. So if you want a democracy to prevail in Africa, and if you want to talk about democracy, we need to have a strong Parliament that brings accountability, ensure transparency in performance of the executive bodies. So concerning the finance, irrespective of the problem that was mentioned that some of the member states have not paid, as for us, we may ask also our government to know about the status of our country. But I think since Pan-African Parliament is independent organization, so any issue that the budget cannot be given in a way that the Parliament wants must be communicated officially to the Pan-African Parliament. And that this House must debate also on this issue. And the consultations also should go on with the organizations, with the bodies that are responsible for number two, the issue I want to raise is the issue of the fundraising. I don't know, we must be guided on how we can raise funds for this organization. Who is responsible in the organization for raising funds and how the funds are going to be raised? Then the members must be guided on this issue. And concerning the hiring of staffs, we are now facing problems. Last time when we had a meeting in our committee, we learned that the program, even the agendas were not sent earlier. We found them there in the meeting, but this was not the culture before. They were sent. And what we heard is that the one secretary who was responsible to do this with us is that he has a lot of tasks in the bureau. He's not only working for a committee, but there are he's also working for other committees. So it means that there is overload upon some of the staffs. So this must also be addressed. Then at the end, I want to thank you for the work that you have started, making the Pan-African Parliament with your team visible. And I hope if you come also to Ethiopia, don't come back from AU only. You should also visit the Parliament. You should also make access even to the Prime Minister of the country. Thank you very much.
شكرا السيد النائب الموقر.
Thank you, the Ketoit, and let me give the floor to Senator Ketoit from Kenya.
Madam President, I will go to the points. I want to congratulate His Excellency the President with the Bureau for the work that you have done so far. But I have 3 points I'd like to make. The first one, Mr. President, you have a big job with the new clerk that you have selected. You have approved a new clerk who has never worked in any clerk position in a national parliament, a regional parliament, or continental parliament. So, My proposition to you, Mr. President, so that we don't have a problem in this House, you need to get this person re-engineered into how Parliament functions. She has to get a debrief. Her CV is very clear. Lindilwe is a strong lawyer. She has been a CEO of LKM attorneys. She has been CEO South African Human Rights. She has been advisor to the AUC president. She is currently the executive director of Banjul, the Human Rights Protocol. But has she been a clerk? So this thing, you have to really take it seriously, Mr. President. Because this is going to bring us a problem. Why? Management of this House has been an issue. We are elected members of the House. There is no order paper, day one. We don't debate motions. The president of Comoros came. He gave a very beautiful speech. Expectation of every member of parliament is that we shall debate that speech and make resolutions. But we did not. And he just went. The president of Kenya was here. He made very good points. All of us were willing to make debate on the issues raised and resolutions. There was nothing. He just left. Instead, Mr. President, we've had NGOs addressing us. After presidents address us, this House, elected people, NGOs, diplomats here, talking to us. Diplomats are not allowed in our house in Kenya, but they come here. Mr. President, management of this House must change. So this clerk that you are bringing must be taken through proper orientation. That's the word I'm looking for. He must sit in, there's a parliament here in South Africa, there's a parliament in all regional caucuses, at least one before the next session, so that we have a clerk who knows how this, Mr. Speaker, even in this House, sometimes you enter, you find people who you can see they are not members of parliament. They are seated inside here. They are seated inside. So I would want, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, that we get, you just take personal responsibility for this new clerk so that in the next sessions things go well. The second thing, Mr. President, we don't have money. Our chair, Muntaka, has said there is no budget. So what do? Do we give up, raise our hands and say we have a problem? No. My colleague who has spoken just before me has said, and I want to repeat, we must have fundraising efforts. Again, Mr. President, we elected you. The House will not fail when you are seated there with the Bureau. We believe that this House, you have raised it to a level where you can approach private business people. Every country has these people. Talk to them, talk to us. We will point them, we will bring them to you. Let us have a framework for raising funds to support programs. Let us have a committee that works and is dedicated to that. We will not allow those people sitting in AU to frustrate this parliament and then we just give up. So, Mr. President, again, I'm coming back to you. You have a big responsibility to guide us into these private fundraising efforts. Let us not waste our time with those people up there in Addis, telling them we beg, even as we have dignity in PAP. And the money we are talking about, we can raise it if there is a structured way in which we can bring this money. Finally, Mr. President, I am suggesting that there is an issue in the Eastern Caucasus. Eastern Caucasus has been operating in a very opaque way. The other caucuses are sitting down discussing. Southern Caucasus, you hear they have discussed and agreed on this. Central Caucasus, what? You hear our caucus, we don't have a meeting. How can we have a sitting throughout and not a single meeting is called? Really? Mr. President, I've written to you a letter complaining about this matter. Our president has just left. Our president has gone, our chairman has gone, chairman of the caucus. The deputy does not respond to anything we put on the wall of the caucus. Yeah, he has left. He was seated there. Maybe he knew I was going to raise it. The rapporteur, nobody says anything in that Eastern Caucus. What is happening in Eastern Caucus? How was the leadership elected? We want to know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, I want you to give us direction. When we have a problem in the caucuses, what do? Can we change those leaderships? Can we make things happen? Because if you are working very hard at the bureau level, you are working hard at other places, and then in the caucuses nothing is going on, then we let you down. This is why people just go away, and then Parliament will fail. Mr. President, with those 3 remarks, I beg to support your report. Thank you.
شكرا.
Thank you, Honorable Senator. Let me give the floor to Honorable Suleiman Sow from Gambia. Please take the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I salute you once again, and I congratulate you and your team for your re-election. Madam Chair, by looking at the report, I would like to thank the President and all the Bureau members for the giant effort done. If you look at the report, you know that it's an enriched report. But there are missing gaps, Honorable Madam Chair, and I want to highlight those issues. Madam Chair, I expect the President, when he met with the diplomats in Midrand or in South Africa, to discuss about the issue of Pan-African Parliament entering in South Africa or traveling to other parts of Africa. Madam Speaker, we have a challenge. In our own continent called Africa, we miss a night on an official duty, continental duty in South Africa. We were stopped at the airport, harassed there. They call us as undesirable elements. I cannot understand that. And they ban us not to enter in South Africa. I thank you for your intervention and our embassy as well. If not, we will not be attending this session. These are the issues that we need to tackle in the continent. Is these laws are colonial laws, or what kind of laws are they? They need to be revisited. If we want to work as a team to develop our continent, Africa, we need to have free movement of people, particularly diplomats, particularly representatives of countries. This is a challenge. I expect the report to talk about that when you met them. Let them tell you the challenges that their MPs are facing. Madam Chair, the Malabo Protocol, many talk about it. And I'm very much impressed with the submission made by Honorable Member, Madam from South Africa. This is a honest contribution that she made. There are issues in the Malabo Protocol. They need to be known to us. If they are not known to us, we use another approach. We will stay here for 5 years, nothing will happen. And she is very honest to tell us that they will never sign until and unless the clause they are to be revisited. And it's true. And I believe it's not only that, there might be other issues that stop other parliament to ratify. So let's find out. Somebody suggested either a task force, either a caucuses will be identified to work on this, but we need to know what are the challenges there. We solve it as soon as possible. Honorable Speaker, in the report, we had a celebration of African Liberation Day. And I believe this is a suggestion and this is a big plus, I believe. In diaspora, I think AU recognized diaspora as a region. And these Africans in diaspora, it's not their will to be where they are. They were arrested, forcefully taken into slavery. They are our blood. These people are still called foreigners in Africa. When are we going to recognize them as citizens in Africa? I believe your office can do it to start engaging with them in diaspora. We need them. They have representatives, they have groups to come and speak to their fellow Africans. We need to tackle this problem. Honorable Speaker, talking about youth. I have seen in it, I went through the report, and I believe you had some engagement with youths, even not all youths, but the leader of the youth caucus. You had series of engagement with her. I didn't see any part of your report that talks about the youth. Honorable Madam Chair, the youth need to be called and they need to be visited, or they need to be invited by Pan-African Parliament. These are the most important, integral part of our society. They should not be left behind. The youths need to be engaged. We have youth parliament all over. We need to know what are their concerns. The continent youths want to have a conversation with you, the president and the team. We need a dialogue. We need a youth dialogue. You are representing a continent, and this group of people are highly important. They are the most volatile people. If their issues are not addressed, the continent will not be safe. So I thank you once again and your team for leading us a direction that we are all yearning we will reap something. And more so, unity in the Bureau. Our leaders in the history, they were killed, they were overthrown because of what? Greed for power, and they use our own Africans to do this kind of things. Lumumba was assassinated, Nkrumah was overthrown. Why? Because some people somewhere have their hidden agendas to sit to that power. We cannot tolerate it in this Pan-African Parliament. We have to respect each other. We have to work as a team. We, the young ones, we are watching. We will never allow it. We wait until time comes. Thank you for your listening.
شكرا.
Thank you, all brothers and sisters. And now let us come to the responses of the presidents to all the comments and interventions you made. And I thank them all for being punctual and focused on the points. All the interventions are in four categories. The first category is just appreciation on what has been achieved, achieved by the office and highlighted by the speaker. There are many questions, and mostly in the focus areas. That is about what we are making in model laws and recommendations. What are their role, or to what extent will they be viable and have an influence and or effect on the managing of this parliament? There is also a request to review the Malabo Protocol from many countries and MPs, honorable MPs raise this issue. The third issue is about the meeting of the speaker with the members of the African Union organs and impact of this visit on the members. Many questions have been raised about the report of the president. Who will tackle them and respond to them as they have been raised? Other issues raised about the future of our work and what we will do for this parliament, which will be considered by the president and the whole bureau. Other issues were raised about the administrative matters in the parliament, like the preparation of documents and on timely basis to the members. Let me give the floor right now to the president to join us here to give responses to what has been raised by the honorable MPs. And I thank you once again.
Madam President, thank you very much. I think we took over an hour, if not 2 hours, for questions and debate, which shows a great interest in the performance of this parliament by members. And I want to thank you, members, that you have thoroughly shown interest in the improvement of performance of this parliament. Several questions have come up I'll go name by name because they are all important. Honorable Esther, thank you very much. Yours was simply to say, within a short time, we managed to get President Ruto coming over here. Let's build on that. I also think our secretariat are also recording, apart from the answered recording, there are people who are actually recording the key points that are emerging. Honorable Kasingo, you are right. I'm one of those who have said, please, all resolutions and recommendations of previous should come back. But the question is, who should bring them back? It is the committees. Because you see tomorrow when we present the resolutions, they are committee resolutions. Now, and I mentioned it earlier this morning, that this issue of, I changed the language now, hit and run. Yeah, we can, the committees, please avoid hit and run tendencies, whereby what we discuss now will never come back again. You need to bring back issues that are ongoing. So committees don't then say, last time we as committee that we resolved this. This time around, let's go like this. So I go back to committees. That the right people to bring back these resolutions about implementation are the committees. So whoever is recording, we need to have a tracking system for this. Recommendation of first week to committee. Honorable Kasingo, you talked about your committee on cooperation. Indeed, we give a very high profile to a committee. Our continent is suffering from serious issues of security and insecurity. We debated it Sudan. I think we gave prominence to your committee because we even set aside the whole, on Africa Day, the whole afternoon was dedicated to peace and security into the following day. But you said your committee met only once. I think that is an internal problem. It's a problem of your committee. Where is the leadership? Where is the bureau of your committee? Of course, you said the chair, the vice chair, whom I know is Honorable Zingas, moved from your committee to chair another committee. I know it's on climate change, for example. So Zingas now will not talk about cooperation anymore. He's talking about his new committee. So your old leadership in your committee, I think that's where the issue lies. And the bureau of your committee, why did they meet once? And for that matter, cooperation, which has a lot of issues. Malabo Protocol came from various speakers. It keeps coming. Those who were present, was it yesterday? I said to all of you, I've now been joined by the legal officer of PAP to understand that, yes, let's go ahead and ratify Malabo Protocol. But there is nothing new. We have to start from there. There is nothing new. There are no legislative powers in the Malabo Protocol. First problem. Before we even talk about some countries saying no, the whole model does not work. That you have a parliament, you people from here, and the issue is still coming, you go back to your national parliament. And some of you mentioned you have even introduced the same work we've done here. You need to go back and say, here we are, and this debated. This parliamentarian who will not be a member of the national parliament, how is she or he going to report to the people of Zambia or whatever country? People are resisting on that basis. When you are coming here, your parliament clerk, there is communication from the clerk here, the clerk in your country. They make arrangements for your travel. That's your parliament. And you come here. This parliamentarian will not be a member of parliament in the national parliament. Who is going to even arrange tickets for them? Eh? Which office? Well, there are some complications about this arrangement. But I'm saying there may be need. We need to reopen the debate. But there are also complications. Once you propose an amendment to the draft Malabo Protocol, it means it has to go back again from where it started. It has to go back to the heads of state. That amendment means we start again. The Malabo Protocol will start again. And one complication is when we say we need 28 signatures, 28 ratifications, we are on 15. You don't ratify before you sign. You first sign and then move to ratification. 23 countries so far have signed. We don't even have enough number of signatories at 28. So you still have a problem of saying, please sign, 28 countries have to sign. And what I'm saying is, we still have a problem that it's not only about ratification. Even signatures are on 23. So I think in all fairness, we need to have some time on this issue of the Malabo Protocol. What are the problems? What can we, because yes, saying let's lobby more, we can lobby more, but you heard the Honorable Majordina, and I know she's not the only one. There are several countries on that position, that there are issues about the protocol. Some countries say, if I can't afford today, if I can't afford 5 days, if Malabo Protocol says, go out to South Africa for 2 months, it will not work. So let's see what we can do about this issue. Honorable Kasingo, the issue of national parliament reports, this one, in some English, we say it goes without saying. It is common cause that for us to be visible and be known that we are working, Mr. Acting Clerk is here. At least for now, I don't know whether it will happen tomorrow, I don't know. But we said we need to give our members of parliament a packaged report of what transpired this time. Something that they don't need to sit again and write as delegation. No. They just go to their parliament and table it and they have a motion from Pan-African Parliament and then it is read and it's debated like that. So climate change report, climate summit, the outputs of the climate summit, which our members said we have not debated it. Yeah, a bit debatable also, because there was quite a lot of debate on the climate summit itself. A lot of people debated. And there is, and I've seen it, one could call it a motivator for debate in your national parliament. I think maybe two pages or so, which you then, that assists you to introduce the motion. And then the recommendations or resolutions are also attached. I've actually seen it, acting clerk. And we'd agreed that each member should go back home with an envelope of the climate summit proceedings to introduce into their parliament. AFCTA, we had 1.5 days. Again, we need a package from the Trade Committee on that issue. The women's report, any other report we attach and is tabled in your parliament. So I'm agreeing with Honorable Kasingo that, as you have said, an executive summary, we have actually a whole document that should be presented in our report, in our national parliaments. If you don't get it tomorrow, we'll compel the management or secretariat to make sure that within 7 days of arrival, you receive those reports. Lobby foreign ministers on Malabo. Yes, it's a long story. Some if we think we are lobbying for legislative powers, certainly that is not there. So we can lobby for what is there. Right, Honorable Dao of Cote d'Ivoire, thank you for, but you've raised a very important point of model laws that are passed here. Do they really go anywhere? Right, and it's the duty of the committee that introduces this subject. Next session, come back and say we resolved. How many countries have introduced this model in their parliaments? That's how we should do it. We may find a new way of arranging our next session to respond to that. Then the virtual library for all model laws, well accepted. That's very intelligent. Climate change, the world is changing, so digital world and the issue of model virtual, our relationship with the AU, we are concerned. This relationship has always been difficult because everyone else, we don't have problems. Executive Council of Foreign Ministers, we have no problems. Heads of state, we have no problems. It is at the PRC, but the PRC composed of ambassadors. That's where the issues lie. In terms of ranking, we are on top of the PRC within the AU structure. But they want to say that we are the bosses, and many because before PAP, they were carrying out all the functions of PAP today. That's what they are doing. So now we appear as if we've come to. So whatever we write today to say PAP will want to approve the budget of the union, they are the ones who approve at the moment. So you are taking our responsibility. PAP will oversee this and that. No, but that's what the PRC does. So we have that problem that PAP was brought on board, found this other organ, which in the meantime was encroaching into parliamentary business or functions. Now they don't want to win off those responsibilities. Honorable Ibrahim Said, thank you very much. You basically thanked us, and for the clerk, to fill up positions, Honorable John, right, Honorable Pemimajo did out the findings in Algeria and Sahrawi. I think we should be honest that in Algeria, the main thing that came out was twinning of committees with the Ministry of Transport, Energy, Mining, and others. Twinning, I think it's coming. That is that we're twinning our committees at PAP. So, Committee on Trade gets twinned with a committee in Algeria. And from time to time, either they come here, or you meet somewhere, or you go to Nigeria and interact as committees. But we told them that we have no money, so Algeria have to fund those meetings of twinning. And they agreed. So we are looking forward for them to do it. Indeed, Sahrawi came back. We had secretariat, but I think a report has not been produced up to now. So we need a report on the findings. Poor attendance by MPs, I think this has been done. That's Honorable Majodina spoke about Malabo. The 4 committees need to be populated correct. We've appointed the leadership to the new 4 committees. Some people have moved to those new committees, I'm aware. But I think in terms of numbers, there's need to follow up as to how many are in these new committees. Allowances for MPs, thank you very much. Keep talking about this. We'll work together and we'll see that this is really amplified. United leadership in the Bureau, all I can say, pray, whichever religion, pray for us. In all your prayers, morning, evening, Don't leave us out. Don't pray for your children only. Also include the bureau. Pray for us. Yes, pray for us. Right. Honorable Barakat, our advocacy in Addis, in Arab Parliament, everywhere, what has been the impact? But he also said nicely that impact of meetings sometimes don't result same day. You build the relationships, and these along the way you also get some fruit. So you don't go to Algeria and come back with bags of benefits like this. Sometimes you just come back, then you start following up. Like now, Saudi Arabia, because of the interaction, they have said, I don't know the amount, but quite some, more than 1 million, maybe 2, that they've said, but we need to sort out some documentation. So we're in the process of doing some documentation. Say, once that is in place, we want to fund you. And the value for money, I said all these other trips are actually funded by Algeria, whether it is Qatar, they fund themselves. But they also make promises, and we sign MOUs. So we are waiting, like Qatar promised something. And we are saying, what are you going to do? When are you going to do it? And then we believe the results will come. But one of the major issues about our lobbying now was that our image was so bad across all parliaments in the world. After 2021, noise about rotation. Now, the first statement we make is to say, we are here, we are Pan-African in Parliament, we are back. Yes, we are back. And we need to say that. People want to see the confidence that that Parliament is actually back. We saw the president, and this is what he said. He's actually also winning us a lot of friends. A lot of friends. I've had to go back to the Arab League areas maybe 4 times within 3 months, because everybody demanded, after my address in Algiers, it was a conference of Islamic countries. After my address, the majority came to me and said, we want your card, we want a business card. Tomorrow morning, we want you for this other Arab Parliament meeting. We want you for this one. They have interest in PAP. So sometimes you want just to create friendship. And then that friendship, along the way, should bring something. Then you also, Honorable Baraka, to talk of the need for consensus in the Bureau, you also brought it, and I say, please, pray for us. Janet Kabila, Honorable, milestones of success, challenges of budget, poor attendance, again we are agreeing. These are matters that we need to address. And we said we'll have now a register which is more effective daily. Malabo protocol, I think we just need some honest debate, a whole morning honest debate and about ourselves. Why are we stuck? Even before we send the delegation leaders to their countries, they need also to know what are the issues, so that when you go to your foreign minister, right, what are the takeaways from the chair of the African Union, President Ruto, Basanjo? That was very educative. I think the instruction now should be, we need to build upon what President Ruto said. He's now our champion. Let's not disengage. Let's have continuous engagement with him. The same with President Azali, the chair, Obasanjo. Strategic plan, yes. We have actually a challenge. In terms of budget, we are shocked. We have no money. Everything was zero. And this is why we have a budget problem this year. When the budget for 2023 was developed, there was no PAP. We were still, call it maybe on suspension, whatever it was. The budget, by end of May last year, the budget of the AU was already approved, was in place. When we were elected here in June 29, the AU budget had been done. And there was this misconception where everything to do with what we call emission, fact finding, whatever, it was new. So as we speak, we have that serious problem. Now they're working on the 2024 budget, but we have a problem with 2023, which is empty. And it is true. And when we said next week there was a reform, AU reform meeting in Kigali, I mentioned that Rwanda. At the moment, we are told by the secretary that there is no money even to go and participate in that meeting for reforms, which is critical. We have all these problems, some of this about the budget, because of we need to go talk reforms. So PAP may not attend anyway. I will attend in my own way. If PAP has no money, I will make sure I just walk across Zambia and then I end up in Rwanda. So they are saying there is no money for us to be there. Right. Absence of members, heads of delegations, I agree. This is important, that the heads of delegations, but sometimes the head of delegation left earlier. This is very complicated. The head of delegation himself is the one who left earlier. Then you want to give him responsibility over others. He can't even open the mouth because, look, but you can't talk about it. You only stayed for 3 days when you went back. So they don't have the wisdom for themselves to ask others. Previous recommendations agreed. CAPA to evaluate the resolutions, yes. And no a bit, because CAPA then will be supervising all the other committees. And in practice, some may start resisting. I think what is important is that let's find a team of even the chairperson, I don't know, that can then seriously look into this thing about how do we follow up? How do we follow up on previous resolutions? And we have ideas. Let's develop some ideas. Honorable, okay, the issue of, thank you, you endorsed Lindwell Kumalo as clerk. Azadin Abdulmajid, he said more young MPs, more women, and that the EU meeting, PAP EU meeting, we showed that we were more educated than EU MPs in the meetings. It is true. Some of you may not believe it. The level of interaction and the discussion and the contribution, they were shocked that these people are coming from Africa. They bring a document here for us to agree on language. If you see how us from Africa would say this word, whether this word, we tell them the proper meaning of the word ourselves from Africa. They would say that we are not just some weak outfit. It is true. So that's what he said, and it is true. They had to themselves to request for recess, to consult among themselves on issues. So true, we are of value. Don't undermine yourselves. You also are great. Islamic conference, yes, thank you. Concern on audit skills, excellent. True. Organogram status, again, agreed. I don't want to start getting into detail, but that's correct. Skills audit. Some of these things which I will come to later on, you say our clerk are overloaded. Sometimes it's lack of skills. It's not about being overloaded. You have to look at both sides. I have seen in this parliament, over the years I've stayed, some clerk, you meet for 4 hours. The minutes, 2 paragraphs. A clerk of a committee, 2 paragraphs after meeting for 4, people talking for 4 hours, 2 paragraphs. And then look at the record of names of those present. Half of the names are even misspelled, they are wrong people. So that's no longer workload. It's just lack of skills. And I think that we have to look at both sides. Honorable Victoria, new committees starting work, yes. They are already, to us, they've already started work. Paperless parliament, I agree. But in any paperless parliament, what I've seen they do, Have you given the MPs any laptops so far? Have you given iPads so far? So paperless based on what? Yeah, we start from there. Paperless means let's give them the proper technological gadgets. Then you'll be saying, but we gave you this. But we gave you this. I think, but you are right. That's the direction we should go. Paperless. Some 7, 8 years ago, we were promised China. It was China. It was not China. It was the Arab Emirates. We are going to give this parliament some laptops. I don't know what happened. And I'll end there. I don't know what happened. Honorable Miriam Chonya, look at the outputs of the Sahrawi. I think a report will be compiled. Positive outcomes of the meetings in all value for money. Yes, I've responded to this one. When you go to tell that we are here, PAP, we are back to business, it's money in itself. Because 2, 3 years down the line, we need to have confidence that we are there. It is not every trip that we can say why. If we take that attitude, no committee will even go to any trip. Because if we say value for money for committee on health, come bring us. It's not the way. But the way is, let's be clear on objectives, why we are going there, first of all, and what exactly transpired, and how does that benefit us. I think we need to capture that framework. If those who attended the strategic planning retreat in December, you members of the bureaucracies, you remember I said these work plans that we are doing, they are not quite up to standard because they don't show exactly what, why, how, and how do you measure. The SMART concept was totally missing. And I said we should really look at those plans, but I don't think that was done. Malabo Protocol amendments take home back to national parliaments, yes. Honorable Chonya, I think I've explained that there will be some documents that you should also all insist on, that I want my documents for take home, were promised. Budget insufficiency, that audit issues blocking sometimes further finance is true. When you get these audit, like simple issues like someone is given money to meet him, like now when you take a break, on 20 June, there's a meeting in Accra, and then some 20 MPs or 30 MPs will attend that meeting, maybe it's a committee. Someone is given cash from here for the whole job, maybe 45,000, whatever, 60,000, to go and give the MPs. When you get there, instead of 30 MPs attending, only 17 attend, so 13 missing, which means that money comes back. When they come back, some of them never give it back. Some of them, 1 month, they haven't begun. Surely you should not by arrival. First day to work, you should retire. The law says within 10 days. But some people have problems within 10 days. So where is the money? Now such basic things, of course, it shows that maybe there is a lot of fraud. And people may not give you money because you are doing that. The strategic plan review agreed. Angola, Honorable Alet Bonges. The recommendations and the resolutions, they come, maybe that's how PAP works. All the debates that we did from the first day, they will all come, but it's now getting late. We thought we'd do it today. They will all come in a final document capturing all the recommendations and all the resolutions. They don't come in discrete reports. They may be there, but there will be compilation of all. So you see all of them when we do the final part. Honorable Ared Borges, recommendations, results communicated but not measured. I like that. I can see you are very educated. That is true. But I think what is important is what framework, the SMART framework, the SMART, ARA means results oriented. You are right. We have been insisting even ourselves on the committees that you should follow the SMART concept so that the results, the measures, the targets, how you are measuring comes out clearly. And I want you to insist on that. Good. Keep insisting on, we want results, we want measurable, I have no problem with that. Yeah, I've mentioned Algeria, Arab Parliament. Documents delay, yes, I saw it live yesterday and today. But committee chairpersons will say, our report was ready 1 week ago. So I think issues of how do you distribute. The Portuguese language documents, again, we are sorry for that. We have invested enough to ensure that all languages are, 5 are respected. Right now, in PAP, the only person that is full-time in PAP in terms of translation and interpretation is actually Portuguese. The only person who is full-time here. The others are hired from outside. So Portuguese should not be disadvantaged, because the person who is full-time here is Portuguese on languages. He will talk to him. We may also talk to him. Right. These 2 weeks, good for members. Again, very interesting. I did respond that in terms of a weakness of PAP, is that it's unrealistic to attend 4 weeks, to have a plenary for 4 weeks in a year and claim that you are responsible for the whole continent. What did you solve in 4 weeks in a year? 2 weeks you go back, 2 weeks again, it's not possible. That's why Malaba was to say, let's have a quasi full-time parliament, quasi full-time PAP, so that we dedicate more time here, not 2 weeks, 2 months. So I need to say that. So there is quite a contradiction when we want this time. But also, we have sat for 1 week committees previously. Sometimes we have sat for 2 weeks only. Those who have been here can testify. Even if you do 2 weeks, on the last 2 days, it's always like this. I'm going to be honest with you. Even if we say 2 weeks, on the last 2 days, it will be, maybe these numbers are even better. Even if you do for 2 weeks. Even when you did committees, the same 1 week, some by Friday they are gone back. I don't know what the problem is. Harmonize activities, that is my brother, Honorable Molisho, with AU. This is actually the contention that arose during our budget presentation last Thursday, on the 25th, to the AU, to the budget committee. They are saying do joint programs. Trade committee joined with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Those in cooperation joined with peace and security. Join. No, you have a different. You're oversighting. So if you do with them, you're also guilty for whatever failures of that project. Parliament cannot have joint operations with, like, your committee in Parliament of Justice, then operates jointly with the Minister of Justice. Then both of you now belong to the executive. There are 1 or 2 things that you may want to share, agree, but 80% you have different objectives. And this is where the PRC was hitting us, the ambassadors, saying, no, we don't need to have 2 separate budgets. You are one. So just give you 1 budget and then both of you operate on the same budget. Yet our roles are different. It is where they've ended, that's where we start. Where they end, we as a parliament, we start from there going forward. If it's the health, you have built clinics, yes, okay. They are there, yes, we're going to oversight. Then you find the clinic, yes, it's been there for 3 years, a building, but there are no nurses. No, that's parliament now. There's no medicines. We are now overseeing to say, are we achieving the ultimate objectives. So harmonizing could be a bit difficult in some areas. Recruitment of PAP staff in Niger, Honorable Hassan, on recruitment. Niger has no staff at PAP. I did mention that. I encourage your people, for any advert, encourage 10 to apply. You will get one day. That's the only way to do it. If they don't apply, it is a problem. But we as Bureau, whatever interviews have been held, we'll make sure that if your people apply from Cote d'Ivoire, and then there's no one from Cote d'Ivoire, although I know there are some here already, we'll try to see that if there's a close tie in the results between the first, second, we'll try and see that instead of saying, whom do we take? We say, let's take from a country that has no staff. That deliberate bending will be done. Yeah. No money. He said, we hear there's no money for next session. It is true. That is a correct statement. In terms of budget, like they said, now there's no money for the Bureau and anyone to go to Rwanda. It's true. There is no money. But it doesn't mean that there will be no session. It doesn't mean that there will be no session. But the money today, there is no money. But it doesn't mean that there will be no session. I just want to emphasize that point. Yeah, very connected. But that, mind you, the next session is supposed to be around 28 August. Maybe we'll fight hard. But if they say we'll give you money through supplementary budget, probably that's where the dates may have to change. Because we know in August, the month of August, the ambassadors go on leave. They are not there. So after Nairobi, in July, after Nairobi, the mid-year summit of heads of state, the tendency is they go back to Addis for 1 or 2 weeks, they go and leave. And if even in August, when you invite them, they will tell you we are all not there. They come back 1 August. That's the tradition. So then, last year, for example, the budget committee only sat sometime in September. That's when they gave us the money. So we'll see, but not that there will be no. Maybe the dates may change because they say wait for supplementary, but we are going to meet. And then we'll go to Uganda, whichever, October, there, whatever date. That we have no money is correct. That we may get the money is also correct. So you were saying, yeah, you have to work hard. That is, we'll work hard to make sure that we convene the committees. And then, now, are you saying because you have budgetary constraints, are you saying, because committees we've been doing 2 weeks, and then the session 3 weeks, should we now reduce committees to 1 week and the other to 2 weeks? Is that the 1 week for committees, right? Right, I know you are divided. Some are saying, no, don't reduce to 1 week, I can see. Some are nodding yes. It's an issue that, but at the end of the day, it only means that we are valueless to the continent. We are really valueless to the continent because we are not serious. You can't sit 5 days, 10 days in a year and say we are addressing issues of health on the continent. When others are meeting every day, 360 days in a year, meeting on the same issues, but you are meeting for 10 days. And then you want to be seen to have a PAP that is respected, that is performing. We have to think about it. But if you want 1 week, We really don't know. Right. Then on my Honorable Ali is Mozambique. Thank you for the compliment that we as PAP came out openly. Press statements, media everywhere. And a lot of countries were mobilized by our effort to go assist Mozambique. So that route works, that we should, even in Sudan, we have been everywhere also saying, condemning whatever is happening. A model law on people with disability, thank you. See, at least he managed to say the good things that we've done before he came up with the criticism. So don't only start with the attacking, start also with good things. And in a serious management, they say, when you praise loudly. When you are expressing satisfaction, lower your voice. When you are attacking, lower your voice. When you are praising, they should even those across the mountains should hear you. Cohesion of bureau, again, when you mentioned it, heads of state presence, you convey great courage. Honorable Caroline, recommendations and resolutions, I think we have spoken this. Malabo protocol is okay. The issue of recruitment, transparency, yes, we'll try. Accreditation, permanent IDs, passports, visas. Accreditation, indeed, you have a point. When you attend some of these COP, Sharm el-Sheikh, COP Paris, you register before you go there. Let's start from there. New person, you register before you arrive. They take all the information. When you arrive, it takes not less than 2-3 minutes. You don't stand in a queue for 5 minutes. Just say, okay, I've arrived. Oh, you give us your passport. Their passport links with all the information they have already. Immediately, you face everything already, you move. You don't fill any form. So I think we need to move to that in that direction. Permanent IDs, yes. I know meetings are taking place between DERECO now and our secretariat on the issue of bringing back the PAP diplomatic ID, which was issued by the Republic of South Africa in the first 5, 6, 7 years. That is very important. Passports, to be honest, we were all excited. AU, they were refusing to come from August last year, October. Now in March, we are coming. So now, all over. And we are used to, when they came here, they took details, and you'd get your passport here. This time, they said, March, we are taking the details back to Addis, and they produced from Addis. Then the passports, you receive them in 2 weeks. No passports. They come this time around. Where are the passports? Oh, the machine broke down that side. Only those who are renewing, the new ones, the machine that takes information for new members, anyone new passport, no, that machine is down. But if the information was already taken or renewing, then we are giving out passports. And that's what they said. And I believe those who are renewing got their passports. Those who wanted for the first time, they say the machine broke down in Addis. That is the bad answer, which is difficult even to relate to you. The issue of visas, I think again the meetings are taking place following the experience last time of some members who were given some few days. And then by the time they finished the 2 weeks in March, at the airport they were in trouble. Members they were in trouble because they had exceeded, and then a number of days, and then they were like banned, you will not come back here. Or maybe for a year, you are not allowed. Anyway, we coordinated the Bureau, South Africa, blah, blah. It was then they were released, they went within a few hours. And then their coming back was resolved. So that's why they are back again here. But of course, they went through some painful experiences. One family, Honorable Ashini, fundraising. Yes, in fact, you brought up a very important issue for all of us to share with our foreign ministers. That the AU structures, they seem now to be questioning the legitimacy of PAP. Yes. Yeah, because they argued in the budget meeting, but those people are not authorities anyway. But this is what they are saying. You see, all these functions that were given to PAP, to oversee, to do whatever, according, they will not say it too direct. They will simply say, but you know, PAP, you are meant to eventually, gradually become legislative. So, that you have not gotten there yet. Meaning, these powers and functions, no, they were envisaged to come into force when you are legislative, which is not correct. So, but the perception is correct. That no, they can't demand all these powers, and the powers you are taking from the PRC. So it is true, and we need to talk to our foreign ministers and say, we have a problem. Because a yes executive cannot fundraising. PAP created a PAP trust fund 2006 with trustees, and money got into that fund under first President Mongela. But the president was a trustee plus 3 outsiders, one from Zambia, Chiti, one from Kenya, the name is like Indian one, and then one from South Africa. That trust fund, it means the way the call just collapsed. And the money which went to that trust fund disappeared. True, they gave PAP some little money, I think Morad knows well, he was here. He was the acting clerk. Now, to resolve it, it has been a nightmare. Because all the trustees, you don't access them. The other one had become an ambassador in Germany and all that. So, the AU then even said, who had authorized you to have a trust fund? It operated legally. Fortunately, in January, when we pushed for our budget that we have no money, they said the member states have no money. Maybe, PAP, you can find a way. If you can find some people who can fund you, that they said in that meeting, as ambassadors. And there are some efforts as we speak, which are ongoing to try and have the committee is already there, the finance committee chair, working with Kappa. They are doing something to try and look into that trust fund and also find where we can get people to fund the PAP. That's for now, that is the way out. I now come into overloaded clerks. I will argue also that 50% of that is just lack of skills. True. And we'll talk about it some other day. Some of it is just lack of skills. Then they would complain. It's also effect, if you want to be very bold, it's also effect in this parliament. If you come next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, when you are not here, this place is generally deserted. Some to come at 1 o'clock and leave at 3, some come at 10. Even now, you find you are here at 9. A member of staff of PAP will come in at 10. So there's also a laxity in doing things. which needs. Then I agree. We've been to Ethiopia and we've been to, to Parliament, including the Speaker. We know him very well. I think the last met him was in March. So when you come to Addis, indeed we go to your Parliament. But the Prime Minister, we haven't met him. So I think you will organize so that we begin. We can. Now, the Senator Danson spoke about the new clerk. And we need someone who has been a clerk in a parliament before. I was a consultant with the World Bank in Tanzania setting up the Tanzania Revenue Authority. The first Commissioner General that we recruited was CEO of Tanzania Airways to go and manage a revenue authority. Up to now, Tanzanians will say he was called Mr. Sanare. He was the best ever. He was the best ever. He came from an airline and went to manage a revenue authority. After him came Commissioner Kitiria, who worked within the TRA all his life. He was fired and arrested, put in prison. He worked for the revenue authority all his life. Right. You had Luoga. There was a Luoga in the revenue authority. Again, the best who performed was, what I'm saying is from a management and leadership point of view is, at a higher level as of chief executive, the skills, yes, the skills really are not because you are whatever. They are not like that. In fact, in Pan-African Parliament, there has never been a clerk who was a clerk before in another parliament. The only one that was hired because there was a vacancy was from Kenya called Werunga, Mr. Werunga. He came here. Werunga was a clerk, former clerk in Kenya, and was brought here. He was fired by Madam Mongera for incompetence. I'm telling you, of PAP here, we brought the only clerk that came to work as a clerk here was Werunga from Kenya. And it didn't last, he was fired for incompetence. What I'm saying, the point I'm making is, at this level, it depends on the person's own leadership competency. That's I think the best strength that she's working already, she's worked within the union. She knows, which organ, which office. She was even saying, for references, ask even His Excellency Musa Faki. Ask Musa Faki to tell you about me. So she knows the system. PAP does not end here. Most 90% of the work of PAP is to do with the Addis. That's true. It's not the typical clerk in a parliament. Here you have to deal with Addis. And her major advantage is that she knows Addis very well. I'll end there. So we have all it's not a big job actually. It's a small job. The new clerk is worth the task. Yes. Let's move like that. This order paper thing is in there. You see, order paper is not for the clerk. Order paper is for this who sit here. The junior to this. So, but that is just supervisory. Fundraising efforts, I've mentioned it. Then there's the issue of the speech by Kenyan president. I think I mentioned what we can do. Then the issue of non-members of parliament sit here. Yeah, non-members of parliament sitting in this chamber. Like today, this is a pure plenary for MPs. They can't sit. Sorry? Look, if you saw them, you should have out of order. They are strangers. That's how to do it. They are strangers in this parliament. Those are strangers. This is a proper plenary. If it's proper plenary for MPs, they would be strangers. So you should have raised the point of order that we have strangers in the house or in the chamber. That is the procedure. But when you have a conference like a climate summit, no, they're allowed to sit among ourselves. But it's wrong to come here. And the no money thing I've answered it. Eastern Caucus, that they are not meeting, and indeed I received your letter, and indeed I received another from South Sudan. I think their major complaint was that deployment of MPs, when these new committees came up, to them they say we expected that those countries that have none in any leadership responsibility in any one of the committees, you can't still take from the same countries again to go in to become. So one country has chair in one committee, the same country has this, the same country has this. Yes, South Sudan also raised that complaint. You also raised in your letter, but I think the issue that the chairperson of the Eastern Caucus is not here.
The vice.
Oh, yeah, the vice now is back.
Yeah.
Because in fact, when he debated, he looked for you, and then you are not okay. I'll give you a chance to say something.
Mr. President, I want to make a clear submission on the issue that has been raised by a member. You remember when we came here, you declared positions in the of 4 committees. As members, as representative of the caucus, we went to and met with the Bureau, and we distributed positions. And East Africa was given 2 positions, one as chair of the committee, one chair of another committee, and also one for vice chairperson. These positions were not yet declared to members of parliament. But I want to inform members that our chairperson, together with the vice chairperson, vice president, Honorable Gayo, invited the chair of all leaders of delegations in our region to consult with them. Unfortunately, the leader of the Kenyan delegation was not there. He had gone back to Kenya. He was not around.
Sorry, let him
submit.
finish.
What I'm saying, that the chairperson, together with the vice president, His Excellency Gayo, invited leaders of delegations to consult with them.
Sorry, no, let him finish.
Let me finish.
Let him finish.
Invited them.
Let him finish.
And unfortunately, the leader of delegation, Dashon from Kenya, was not available, and another person from South Sudan was not also available. The matter was raised in the forum of the caucus by Honorable Passaris in our caucus here, and the president, our chairperson of the caucus replied that the positions are 2. When we come back immediately during the committee meeting, before any meeting, the caucus of the East Africa will meet to deliberate on those positions and allocate positions transparently when all members are invited and present in the caucus. I want to appeal to members that we wait in August when we come for committee meetings. Before we start any meeting, we are going to invite all members of the caucus, and we shall deliberate on those positions that have been allocated to us. And transparently and democratically, we are going to have the chairperson of the committees that have been allocated to us. Nobody should feel segregated. Nobody should feel that we don't like them. You will all be given opportunity to chair those positions democratically and transparently. The issue of not sitting does not arise. The first time we came here, we had them. They were all present at the whole meeting. We had new members. we allocate them then positions. Our chairperson, our rapporteur went for election, came back, and we agreed that that person, Honorable Allo, to take back our position. We approved our minutes of the last meeting, and we had good deliberations, and the member talking participated very effectively. So I wonder why he's saying that. No, what I'm saying is the first meeting.
Let's do this.
You give
Honorable Felix.
give information.
Honorable Felix, Honorable Kero, Honorable Felix, Honorable Kero, we can't hold a hearing now. All we can do, and we recommend. Sorry, Honorable Danson, Felix, order. You can take your seat. You can take your seat, Felix. No, what we need to do, hello, Kenya, Danson, Honorable. No. He's not here. Not here. This is an old pub. You are taking us back to an old pub. This way of doing things is old pub. We want a new pub. Please, yeah. Please convene a short meeting and explain whatever among yourselves. Get satisfied. We are leaders on the continent. We don't want to behave as if we are councillors in some ward when we are continental MPs. So, yeah, proceed further. You spoke nicely that the posts are still there. They have not been allocated. So, who knows? They may get them. Can I finish by saying some of these issues that Honorable Suleiman raised? I've already responded. But the issue of no youth, diaspora are not foreigners, true. And we intend to invite our diaspora at some of the sessions in the future. So no problem on that one. Then the issue of the youth, that the youth presented their reports. We didn't want to start duplicating. Like the gender, women, their report. We didn't want also to go back the same issues. Otherwise, I think I've answered all the questions. But as I sit down, you have mentioned the issue of the bureau. I want to confirm this, that there have been some friction in the bureau, but we hope going forward, this will not happen. And I want to announce something that has also caused the friction sometime in the bureau. This year, elections have been held. Next, Mauritania is when? Is gone. The next is Guinea-Bissau, 4 June. After that, there will be Sierra Leone, 24 June. After that, there is going to be 2, Zimbabwe, where I come from. There will be elections, but people are getting it wrong. They were saying in May you won't be here. I've been here. I hope maybe there is no vacancy. I'm here. The whole of June I'll be here. I'll be your president. The whole of July I'll be your president. August I'll be your. So don't rush. Don't rush. The fact is that in Zimbabwe, election date was announced yesterday. It was yesterday. 24 August is my election date in Zimbabwe. But don't make the mistake of saying, because of that, he's no longer a member of PAB. No. Our constitution is just speak. The parliament is sitting. The date was announced, but the parliament is sitting as we speak. Which means announcement of a date in Zimbabwe does not dissolve parliament. Please, let's leave that issue because that is what has caused some problems in PAB. I'll be a member of the Zimbabwean parliament until we get into election results. And immediately, within a week, I come to PAB. So there's no gap that you can even aspire that you are. There's no gap that you can think there will be a gap. I want to mention this because it's one area where we can start fighting over about. I'm telling you the truth. Zimbabwe parliament does not dissolve the way you think. We are MPs. We are until election. And then after election, I'm saying there's only 1 week. So after election today, I come here, I continue here at the pub. So there is no vacancy that you can aspire for. Then Gabon. Gabon will have elections, but the dates are not known, so we don't know. Gabon can be, I'm just reading here, could be October, could be December. So again, there's no vacancy there. There's no vacancy in the bureau. Eswatini, yes, will come on by August, September. Rwanda, National Assembly, September. Liberia, it's presidential only in October. Mali, they are thinking of their military outfit now, they are having problems. But Mali is thinking of holding elections maybe by end of year. Madagascar, presidential only, not parliamentary, in November. Togo, National Assembly, November, December. Which country is this? DRC, presidential and National Assembly, that one is 20 December, and the date is in December. So, and after all, for DRC, Janet is not here. For DRC, even after elections, until the new MPs are sworn in, they remain MPs. So don't, like Namibia, like until they, so let's, like Kenya, until the new MPs. So you understand Ethiopia. So let's not search for vacancies which don't exist when there are elections. Yes, right. So I'm just saying this is, so for the RRC to be next year when they are sworn in, so the position of chair of caucus will remain with Kabila even after 20 December. Don't rush to say, I want to be chair of caucus. Libya, Libya to be advised because that area. Anyway, I think I've done my part. I've given you all the information you require, and we keep in touch. Even after we've adjourned, PAP continues to move. Thank you very much.
سيد الرئيس، يطلب من الجمعية المصادقة على التقرير. المصادقة على التقرير من فضلكم.
We can submit the report for your approval. Now the report has been adopted. I'd like the president to come back and take his seat. Thank you very much.
It is almost 6:30. Our intention was to finish everything, but hey, that would be too much. But if we are efficient, tomorrow we can come and finish. Everybody's willing now. All right, this is one issue where democracy should work. I will not make any ruling. What we want is what we will do. If you want to say, let's go into recommendations, do we finish? For me, as you can see, I'm still alive and fit. We can even go to whatever time I'll be here. Are we agreed, all of us, we finish? So that don't come back tomorrow, eh? Someone says, no. Eh? But the majority wants to finish. All right, let's move. Mr. Clark will read the next order of the day.
Le prochain.
The next item on the agenda is presentation and adoption of the final resolution and recommendations from the plenary.
S'il vous plaît.
Please.
Sorry. May I invite the acting clerk to present the final recommendations of the second ordinary session of the 6th Parliament.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President,
Honorable Barakat.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, we don't have documents. We have the resolution on the promotion of peace and security in Africa, but we don't have recommendations.
I don't understand the problem. What is the problem?
Honorable President, the problem is that you have called the clerk to come and read the resolutions to be tabled here. We are saying we only have one recommendation or resolution on peace and security. If there are other documents, we don't have.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President? Mr. President, I saw ushers sharing documents on the whole. I thought they were the resolutions and recommendations.
Il y a au moins une dizaine.
There are about a dozen of resolutions and recommendations which are the outcome of the plenary.
Mr. President, I propose, Mr. President, that maybe if the clerk can tell us, we take a health break of 10 minutes and it gets organized. We come back. Alternatively, if he can't organize himself, we have to sacrifice and come tomorrow.
No.
We can.
The other way we can proceed as he organizes his part. I'm actually very shocked that we don't have the documents because we agreed since yesterday and this morning that we are likely to close today in the resolution since morning. So there's no way we cannot have documents by this time.
Honorable President, we have them. This side we have it. We have all the resolution.
You have all of them?
Yeah, we have that of the women.
Where did you pick them?
They serve us here. Somebody serve us. We have them.
They are here in the chamber?
Yes.
They were distributed in the chamber?
Yes. Here. I mean this side. I don't know that of yours.
They didn't give us.
Okay, let's do this. Hello, honorable members, for progress. For progress, let's do this.
Break for
these ushers have the documents.
Monsieur le Président.
Right. What you do, can you just raise up your hand so that they can come and give you? Those who don't have, there's one here, French. Hello, ushers. French here. And French there. And French there. Who else doesn't have? Arabic. Arabic over there. English where? Portuguese this side. And English here. Bureau. English Bureau. Honorable Kabila, oh, is it documents here? French there, and French there. And Honorable Kabila, you have a point of order.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me the floor. I think we have two documents, the recommendations and
And the resolutions.
What are we talking about now? We have resolutions, but not a document on recommendations.
You don't have recommendations?
No, we don't have.
No, the clerk said let's go to recommendations. Do we have recommendations? You only have resolutions.
We don't have any. Some of us don't have any.
Right. Honorable Pemima Jodina over there, please. She says nothing. Ushers. Mr. Clark, do you have recommendations?
Oui, Monsieur le Président, j'ai tout le...
Mr. President, I have all the documents, the resolutions and the recommendations.
Documents are those? There are so many. Majordina, Honorable Pemi, can you confirm, are they recommendations?
It's not recommendations that are given to me now, is resolutions. Is draft resolutions. Is draft resolutions.
Yes.
On policy, on
does
equity.
anyone have recommendations?
But you are giving me two things that are the same.
Yes,
This is one
Honorable Mauricio.
document.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. To facilitate our work, we should ask the clerk to give us the list of documents that we should have available. The clerk must give us the list of resolutions and the list of recommendations that should be available to us.
Okay. It's a good proposal. Mr. Clark.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have in my possession 4 recommendations. A draft recommendation on climate policy and equity in Africa, a draft recommendation on a conflict in Sudan, and a recommendation on promotion on peace and security in Africa, a draft recommendation on youth concerning the meeting that took place in Morocco from 4th to 6th of December 2022, draft recommendation for accessible digital rights, draft recommendation on gender equity and equality. I have 6 draft resolutions. It's the draft resolution on support of the Pan-African Parliament for climate action, draft resolution on climate policy and equity in Africa, draft resolution on model law on climate change for Africa, draft resolution on the role of traditional medicine in health systems, a draft resolution on the promotion of peace and security in Africa, and draft resolution on the current war in Sudan, its impact on women and children.
The recommendation one, eh?
Monsieur le Président, moi je pense que...
Mr. President, let's not rush. The documents are not ready. We come back tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock because we don't have the documents. The documents are not ready, Mr. President.
Honorable Dow.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, I was all for ending tonight, but if we don't have the documents, then it's a waste of time. I support the proposal of my honourable colleague to come back tomorrow morning, making sure that we have all the documents available. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Hello, Honorable John.
Mr. President, to be very frank with you, most of us, especially where I'm, in that hotel where I am, we're leaving very early. So it's better, Mr. President, let him present the report as he's presented the report before all the documents will be here. They're ready. The machines are well prepared. It's just a matter of distribution. So for us to stay and come back here, and that means that we may miss all our flights. That is the issue. Because tomorrow is the closing date, and most people are arranged that they should move. And their flights were arranged between 9 a.m. in the morning and 12 at night. So it may be a bit difficult for most of the people who are traveling tomorrow. Whether they are traveling at night or in the morning, it will be a bit complicated. So let's finish even at midnight. We'll collect our documents and we'll move and prepare for tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Suggestion, Honorable President.
I'll start with Gambia and that's Angola. Then I come to Honorable Pemi Majadina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to emphasize what he's saying because for Gambia, we are leave the documents behind. We'll not be able to participate tomorrow. So if there is any possibility of having a short break and then the documents get ready so that we can come back and finalize this would be the best thing for us, really. Thank you.
Compromise, of course. But one compromise for speed is to say, okay, I don't have the document. But as he reads, I'll pay attention and write some notes and comment quickly that so that we move. Just by listening through interpretation, it's possible we can hear whether they are talking good things or bad things, then you interject. And that's a compromise that may make things move immediately. That we simply let him read, he will be very slowly, and then we listen attentively. Each whatever resolution, if we can even say repeat twice, just to make sure that we get it correct. And then we comment immediately if there's an issue, so that we don't forget. Maybe let's move like that then. Mr. Clerk, let's proceed. I also don't have.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Angola, sorry, Angola wanted the floor.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I just would like to share the reality. Here, we do not have any resolution in Portuguese. Therefore, it is necessary that the admin services have the notion that there is a great discontinuity in terms of the documents in the Portuguese language. We have only four documents in English. It is not enough for us to listen. We do have also to make sure that these documents reach us. There is this responsibility, Mr. President. Thank you.
Honorable, I think there is quite an equalization. No one language has all the documents. Not any one language has all the documents. It's only the clerk who has all the documents. So no one is disadvantaged compared to the other. But indeed, the proposal Angola is, when he reads, whether it's like to read in French, those the interpreters will put into the other various languages. We try to listen attentively and comment just in the spirit of having these things move, because tomorrow morning, as they say, probably more than half may not be in the chamber. And I think in that spirit, I think if you could exercise your kindness to everybody, agreed. So, Mr. Clerk, can you read?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first draft recommendation is the one on climate policy and equity in Africa. With your permission, Mr. President, I would like to go directly to the recommendations. Thank you, Mr. President. The Pan-African Parliament recommends to the member states of the African Union to develop and apply policies so that the main polluters are accountable and recognize the impact of their actions on the African people. Incorporate in national legislation and implement provisions of the United Nations Framework Agreement on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, and other instruments concerning the environment, including the development of strategies and allocation of budgetary resources to handle impact of climate change. Continue the reforms for climate funding so that they reflect the principles of accountability and common capacity, that it responds to the ambition of avoiding the worst of climate change, and that it responds to the needs of Africa and other developing regions. 4, strengthen mechanisms of multilateral companies and governments to respond to fiscal measures that guarantee the repair of losses incurred. 6, accelerate transition to development to avoid carbon emissions and concentrate on national priorities locally by involving all stakeholders in adhering to human rights and gender equality. Develop and receive legal and political frameworks, policy frameworks that support mobilizing more important or substantial funds, including public and private sectors, and create an environment conducive to innovation and progress in climate funding. To have coordination in continental priorities for COP28, including aspirations of African populations, as well as challenges and opportunities they are confronted with going towards a sustainable development and resilience. Put pressure on industrialized countries so that they can commit to double their funding for climate adaptation by 2025, and that they give clear plans to attain this objective. This adaptation funding should reflect the aspirations of vulnerable and marginalized communities that are confronted with the impact of climate change and should not suffer from delays in funding. 9, avoid as far as possible a fragmentation of efforts that is detrimental to the overall objective. Concentrate on existing initiatives for a coherent commitment. In order to do this, we need to consider the climate initiative for the development of Africa. The Pan-African Parliament that is inclusive can be the spearhead of the decisions coming from African institutions, including but not limited to this meeting. 2, to governments of countries in the north to launch reforms corresponding to Sharm el-Sheikh decisions to strengthen climate funding and make it more adaptable to needs and less susceptible to lead to debt. 2, strengthen the ambitions and the actions in the context of the Paris Agreement to reduce gas emissions and reach the pre-industrial level based on the latest scientific data. 3, adhere to their obligations in terms of funding and in terms of transferring technology to developing countries, particularly to African countries, to allow them to adapt to climate change and to remedy losses and prejudice. 4, have a greater commitment for climate equity and take measures that strengthen solidarity and resilience of communities in the world. To civil society and non-stakeholders to favor and facilitate by drawing lessons from sustainable partnership between PAP and PACSHA, with the possibility of interaction with other parliamentarians to consider how to improve the legal and institutional framework that already exists related to climate change so that the strategies allow a proper and efficient implementation on the continent. To put their expertise at the service of advocacy to support the ambition of African priorities. The new collective objective and make funding available for losses and prejudice as well as the global process for world inventory adopted in Midrand on the 1st of June 2023.
Honorable Molisho.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I think that there is a mistake in reading concerning countries in the north. I think I heard funding of capacities. I think he meant capacity building. Thank you.
Merci. Je...
Thank you. Maybe I should read that once again. To governments in countries of the North, this is the second point. Respect their obligations in giving adequate funding, sustainable funding, as well as technology transfer and support to capacities in the countries. Thank you.
It's okay? So you want it adopted? Yes. Good, done.
Projet de recommandation.
Okay, Mr. Gali, I see there will be.
Mr. Gali, that was a draft recommendation, yes? And there is also a draft resolution on climate policy and equity in Africa. I would suggest that since you have read the recommendations, let's now go to the policy, the draft resolution on policy, climate policy. Thank you, Mr. President. This is the draft resolution on climate policy and equity in Africa. The Pan-African Parliament resolves to advocate for enhanced ambition and action by all parties to the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, especially developed countries, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels in accordance with the best available scientific data. 2. Urge developed countries to fulfill their obligations to provide adequate, predictable, and sustainable finance, technology transfer, and capacity building support to developing countries, especially African countries, to enable them to adapt to climate change, mitigate their emissions, and address loss and damage. Promote a just transition to low carbon and climate resilient development pathways that are aligned to national priorities, inclusive of all stakeholders, respectful of human rights, and responsive to gender equality. 4. Undertake legislative and oversight action to ensure effective implementation of national climate policies and plans, as well as alignment with the regional and continental frameworks such as Agenda 2063 and the African Green Stimulus Program. 5. Commit to play effectively their parliamentary role in ensuring the domestication of the Paris Agreement and other relevant international environmental law instruments, in effectively overseeing the executive for the development and effective implementation of national climate change action plans and strategies, and ensuring that governments mobilize and allocate adequate budgetary resources to fund climate change preventative and remedial measures. 6. Strengthen accountability and oversight measures in climate response by ensuring national level response policy program as provided for and NDCs are the epitome of interests of communities at the front line of climate crisis. Commit to work in the interests of communities at the front line of the climate crisis and ensure that climate responses, including climate finance, are needs-based, supporting locally led projects and integrating gender considerations to advance equitable access for women and children. I think there is a problem with the numbering here. Join other arms of governments, Pan-African institutions, and non-state actors, and through legislative fronts support actions that strengthen and hasten the global reform process for climate response mechanisms, advancing Africa's interests. Support regional integration and cooperation among African countries and regions to harness opportunities, share experiences, and address common challenges related to climate change. Participate actively in the upcoming Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi, Kenya, the 28th Conference of Parties COP28 to the UNFCCC in Dubai, United Arab Emirates in November 2023, as well as in other relevant international fora to amplify the voices and interests of Africa and its people. Make the Pan-African Parliamentary Summit on Climate Policy and Equity an annual gathering to foster collaboration, dialogue, and sharing of best practices among African leaders, parliamentarians, and other relevant stakeholders on the challenges and opportunities relating to the climate crisis and harmonization of the African climate change position and actions with the global goals and commitments on climate action. 9. Mobilize all African parliamentarians to join us in this historic and moral duty to protect our continent and our people from the existential threat of climate change in order to overcome this challenge and secure a prosperous, peaceful, and sustainable future for Africa. 10. Strengthen our engagement with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and other civil society organizations, youth groups, women's movements, indigenous peoples, local communities, academia, media, and other relevant actors to raise awareness, foster dialogue, and build partnership on climate action.
Intensify efforts towards the development of a model law on climate change in Africa to ensure the relevance and responsiveness of African national laws with emerging climate change realities in line with international and African Union policy and legal frameworks. 12. Work with His Excellency William Ruto as the chair of the Committee of the Africa Head of States and Government on Climate Change to strengthen the capacity of the African Union to execute its mandate in representing and articulating issues pertinent to the continent, especially in climate change. 13. Appreciate the technical and logistical support received from the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and other partners in its engagement with matters pertaining to climate change and justice, including in the process of developing a model law on climate change in Africa. Adopted in Midrand, South Africa on the 1st of June 2023.
English, Kabila, I don't know Kabila, which one? English or French? Which document do you want? In what language? Arabic. Arabic document. Ushers, anyone with Arabic document? Ushers, Arabic.
Allô?
And
Oui,
then
jusqu'à maintenant, même, il n'y a
French.
même pas de document.
Anyone with
Comment
French
ça va se
documents?
passer?
You have English documents, you have.
Mais venez contrôler avec moi ici dans la salle, s'il vous plaît.
Yeah, but the people in, why are they taking this? By now they should have brought all the documents. Why are they still like stuck? Suggestion, eh? Suggestion accepted. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I suggest we move on as they are preparing the documents. Thank you.
So we move. Continue, Mr. Clark.
Mr. President, j'ai une petite remarque.
I have a small observation, Mr. President. Mr. President, before the adoption of the document, the French version, which we have, there was a problem of numbering on the penultimate page. And we started with 1 up to 7, but then after 7, we started with 5, so they would have 16 items instead of 13. So if the French version could be corrected, draft resolution on peace and equity in Africa, the penultimate page, we started with 1 up to 7, and then we started again with 5. So then in total, we would have 16 items instead of 13. Yes, this is a mistake of numbering, which we're going to correct.
Yes, Honorable Venan.
I just want to request you the clerk to move page by page so that we expedite rather than reading word by word.
They don't have the documents.
Only 2 people and we got them.
Sorry?
We got the documents now.
Honorable Dowd, do you have the document? The one that the clerk is reading.
The climate change one. Yes.
So, Mr. Clerk, which document are we going on to? Next. Mr. Clerk, which document now?
Merci. Merci. Il s'agit de la recommandation.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a recommendation on the promotion of peace, the settlement of the conflict in Sudan, and stability in the region. Yeah, he says recommendation. Yes, this is the recommendation, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have all the documents here, but the only problem is that the documents have not been circulated.
The ushers, which documents are you keeping there? Because you still have documents. Ushers, which documents do you have?
Le rapporteur, je crois que c'est il y a une question d'appellation là.
There is a problem with the titles, with the names, because in French it's recommendation, draft resolution, and then only recommendation in some other documents. Exactly.
Raising at least till when they get the documents, because when you raise and put it down, it will not be easy for ushers to identify members who don't have the documents. Thank you.
Can we be, Your Excellency?
Your Excellency.
Can we be guided by the clerk?
Yes.
Can we be guided by the clerk? Clerk? Sorry, do I have a floor?
You took
Mr. President.
No,
Mr. President.
let Honorable Kasingo finish.
Yeah, can we be guided by the clerk? Mr. Clerk, just tell us which topic, and then you say, do we have the document on that topic? And then the usher start to distribute that topic, and we go forward like that. Please, can you do that?
Yes, Mr. Clerk, which document now?
Merci.
I thank you. The next document is the draft resolution on the present war in the Sudan and its effects on women and children. Do you have this document? Those who do not have the document.
Ushers, do you have this document on the recommendation on Sudan? Recommendations on Sudan. No, it's recommendation. Resolution.
Resolution, Mr.
Did you read the resolution?
Yes.
Okay, resolution on Sudan. Ushers, do you have any document that is resolution in Sudan? You don't have? This side you have? Do you have? The ushers are also very, very slow. No, not yet. We are looking at the resolution. Ushers, we need to know what documents you have. It's faster. Which documents are those? In English? Honorable John, can you check what documents are those?
Mr. President.
Yes.
Mr. President.
What?
resolution. Yeah? Resolution on Sudan. Who in English? English was right here. Resolution on Sudan. Hey, here.
Some suggestions.
English.
Some suggestions.
English over there.
Mr. President.
And then the French. You have it. Those have. You have resolution. So it's smart. Let's proceed.
Merci.
That up there.
Projet de résolution.
Thank you. A draft resolution on the present war in Sudan and its effects on women and children. This is a draft resolution proposed by the Women's Caucus. Page number 1, considering. Page number 2, the Pan-African Parliament decides as follows. First, condemns with all the forms of violence to women and invites all member states to provide financial and logistic support to countries at these difficult circumstances. Second, calls for an immediate cessation and alliance with vigor and diligence in the framework of a collective action in order to express its solidarity with the Sudanese people, in particular women, young girls, for peace, democracy, and development. 4, commends the recent actions of the signing of the Jeddah Agreement on the 12th of May 2023. This agreement represents an important step towards the end of the conflict and the restoration of peace and stability in Sudan. 5, pays a tribute to the neighboring countries for the hospitality extended to refugees within the hosting communities and invites the international community to support these countries in their efforts to host the refugees. 6, reiterates that it is imperative that the parties comply with the international humanitarian law, international law and human rights, and that they silence the guns for the supreme interest of the Sudanese people, particularly women and children, notably small girls who are the most vulnerable in times of war. Sorry. 7, call on the organs of the African Union, the Security Council of the United Nations, and the international community to insist with the parties concerned in order to open humanitarian corridors, resume political dialogue and negotiation with a view to setting up an inclusive government led by the civilians, and rejects firmly any form of foreign interference while engaging to coordinate, collaborate, and harmonize the international common action on Sudan. 8, when conditions of security allow it, send a Pan-African parliamentary delegation, including the Women's Caucus, the Committee on Justice, Human Rights, and the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, Peace and Security on a mission, a joint mission to Sudan, including the special envoy of the chairperson of the Commission of the African Union on Gender, Peace and Security, the African Leader Women Network, and its partners. Make an effort of mediation to bring the parties to the conflict to the table of negotiation. Investigate on the situation of human rights in Sudan and formulate recommendations on the way to improve it. Assess the situation in terms of peace and security, particularly for women and children, notably girls, and also collect information on operations. provide support and humanitarian assistance to women and young girls that are profoundly affected by the war. Done in Midrand on the 1st of June 2023.
Chair. So the chair. So the chair of the committee.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
I thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the French version, there is a problem of coherence of time. And so I would suggest that we only say tout par la présente and then a semicolon and then calls, comments. So we must review the French version. And then on paragraph 3, page 3, underlines that it is urgent that the international community, I think that we should here insist on the African community. We're addressing in particular the African Union. And I remember that in a discussion it was said that the African Union should assume its responsibility. So if you use international community, we must also add, and in particular, the African community or the African Union. And then on 7, pays the tribute to neighboring countries. I think that we need to mention these countries in order for us to recall the names of these countries which accept others. And then on paragraph 8, they're saying an investigation mission to Sudan. I think personally that it should be a mediation mission because investigation for the time being, we want the hostilities to end. So I would suggest a mission of mediation. And then when making the mediation, we can then provide humanitarian support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Another comment. Okay, I'll come. Okay. Yes.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. Contrary to the proposal which our colleague chairperson has just made, I would suggest that we keep decides by the following, and then semicolon, and then use all the verbs in the infinitive form, so that we can, for item 1, by the present, to condemn, call, underline, and all the remaining will follow. And on 8, of the move the beginning of the sentence and the draft item 8 as follows: send when conditions of security allow it a delegation, and then we continue. So in this way we could have a balanced text and a text which is while keeping all the verbs in the infinitive form. I would suggest that the paragraph which follows after 8 be removed, because we already have on paragraph 2 the recommendation of calling for an immediate cessation of hostilities and the implementation of de-escalation measures in order to restore peace and security and encourage the belligerents to engage in a dialogue. These are the same thing as make an effort of mediation to bring the two parties to the table of negotiation. So if we can remove this item, which is already catered for in 2. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's for noting. Those doing the documents, can you take note and make corrections? Yes, Honorable Janet Kabila.
Thank you, Honorable President. I have a couple of amendments. Starting with point 1, I suggest, and I'm going to read it, condemns in the strongest terms all the forms of violence against. I propose that we add the population and especially women and children, and calls on the member countries to provide, instead of financial aid, we should talk about humanitarian and logistical support. 2, instead of saying we are calling, we demand. We demand for an immediate cessation of hostilities and the escalation measures the country, and instead of saying we encourage, we call and urge the two warring factions and Sudanese to on 2. Point number 3 stresses the urgent need for the international community and, of course, the African Union, as Honorable Mariam has said. Number 4, instead of talking about congratulation, we should say we welcome the recent action of the signing of the JEDA. Instead of congratulate, we welcome it. Point number 6, instead of saying we reiterate.
Honorable Kabila.
Yes, please.
I think this is also a fundamental issue about skills. Who would be writing this? How do you say congratulate the recent actions, the signing? No, you don't. Even the language itself, you can't say congratulate the recent actions. You don't congratulate the actions. I'm just saying the caliber of people writing this is also an issue. Anyway, continue. Sorry for that.
Welcome. Point number 6, I propose, instead of reiterating, we reaffirms the obligation of the parties to comply. Number 7, okay. Number 8, I propose, instead of starting when the security situation permits, because we have started with action verbs, I propose we start with send a delegation for mediation mission when the situation permits. And I propose, Honorable President, because we've been reaffirming, we welcome, we propose, we reaffirm, I think we should add another point whereby we call upon the various stakeholders. That will be number 8, and 8 will become 9, whereby we call upon the various stakeholders to hold accountable at the national, regional, and international level all those responsible for human rights violation and atrocities committed on the population. I'm talking about the population because you are not only talking about our Sudanese brothers, there are people from other nationalities, and I think our drafting people who are responsible for drafting, they will amend that. And finally, the point 8 becomes 9, number 8 becomes 9. Instead of saying make a mediation effort, I said we should support, because it's already ongoing. Support the mediation effort to bring the parties to the conflict to the negotiating table. And then the next point, instead of saying investigate, cannot investigate, maybe we can inquire on the human rights situation in Sudan and make recommendations. And lastly, instead of talking about provide support and humanitarian assistance, we cannot do it as a parliament, we can mobilize support and humanitarian assistance via our various bodies and government. I submit, Honorable President.
Before you sit down, you have very, very, very good additions. What if where you say inquire
Yes.
and investigate? What if you say assess?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. But one thing that we need to look at ourselves as MPs, these people writing these things, I think we need to also assess them whether they are giving us too much work because they are making very obvious mistakes.
Monsieur le Président.
We are not here to make corrections like this. We should give it to competent people. For example, how do you make a mediation effort? How do you make a mediation effort? You can see that the language itself is not proper. I know you've changed that to something else, but just language, make a mediation effort. You don't make a mediation effort. Anyway, someone wants to take the floor. Yes.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, I asked for the floor earlier. Mr. President, you're not looking in my direction. I raised my hand. I was saying that it is probably necessary, Mr. President, to ask members who have proposals to submit them in writing. Otherwise, there are some who are talking about investigation, others mediation. So I think that those who do have a proposal should submit them in writing or approach the Secretariat. Otherwise, the resolution will lose its meaning. Thank you.
Sorry, who was on the floor?
It's me.
You have come back for a second time?
That's Professor Mutsek. I was on the floor and
No, I mean there was some.
he spoke. He jumped in and spoke.
No, c'est Moussa.
I am Moussa Sow from Mauritania. And Moussa is
Moussa Sow.
Moussa Sow from Mauritania, Mr. President. Probably your laptop prevents you from seeing us on this side.
Can I proceed?
Proceed.
I won't be long, Honorable President. On page 2, under the paragraph further recognizing, the sentence which starts with, in this regard, Parliament are called upon to increase engagement. I propose that we say engagement with civil society organizations, regional parliamentary bodies to find concrete measures. So just an addition of civil society organizations, bearing in mind that we have also a civil society forum. But lastly, I think we should learn from the resolution on climate change. Paragraph 10 says, strengthen our engagement with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance and other civil society organizations, youth groups, women's movements, indigenous people, local communities. I suggest that we add paragraph 10, which says resolve to strengthen our engagement with civil society organizations, youth groups, women's movements, indigenous peoples, faith-based organizations. I underline faith-based organizations, academia, etc. Because faith-based organizations are the most organized in the world, and they can provide moral and humanitarian support. Already in South Africa, I addressed the religious groups in KwaZulu-Natal. They are waiting, they are prepared to come up with the prayer service, national prayer service, and also to provide material support to the people of the Sudan. And Gauteng yesterday...
Sorry, Professor, if you're going to all those examples, It becomes something different. We are we are just editing a document.
Okay.
We are editing a document.
It was just a motivation to say civil society organizations, especially faith-based organizations, are ready to provide moral and humanitarian services. That's
Yes,
all.
you see, the point that you are discussing rather than making corrections. But in all those examples, I don't see involvement of parliament also. We are not the only parliament. We also want to bring on board even these regional legislative bodies and the other national bodies. So let's not forget that we also bring board other legislatures. Thank you. Any other comments? Sorry. Honorable Sarai. It's you.
No, Honorable President, thank you. I just want to reiterate what the professor is saying, but we should not forget civil society and political parties, because from the ambassador and the other presenter, they were emphasizing that this is caused mainly by political parties and political differences. So we cannot do these things without the political parties' involvement.
Is it not safe not to include the political parties?
I think it will be difficult to just bring these two.
Yeah, when you say civil society, I think it's enough. It covers, political parties are embedded in there. All right, I know you know politics very well. It may not be safe for a paper like this one to talk of civil society organizations, political parties. Anyway, any other, right, we move to the next document, Mr. Clerk.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Adopted subject to those amendments.
Merci. Il s'agit.
Thank you. We're dealing with resolutions. So now we are moving to the recommendation on the conflict in Sudan and the promotion of peace in the region. Do we have the document?
Can you repeat which document is that?
Recommandation pour le règlement.
Recommendation towards the resolution of the current conflict in Sudan and the promotion of peace and stability across the region. Yes, it is a recommendation, sir.
Distributed. Most documents that are with the MPs are resolutions.
Dans ce cas, Monsieur le Président, je passe à...
In that case, Mr. President, I'll then move on and tackle the resolution of promotion of peace and security in Africa. Do you have this document, sir? Thank you. And the Pan-African Parliament, first page. Second. Now, two. So, wants to propose the recommendation of the efforts to make gun silent in Africa and to promote peace and security and good practices, democratic practices across the continent, namely the implementation of the African Charter on democracy, elections, and good governance. Using its moral authority in order to work proactively with national parliament and other authorities to ensure that the trend to tweaking the mandates and to constitutional falsification be stopped at national level. 3.
use its mandate to ensure that conflicts across Africa, in particular those that threaten regional stability, especially in the Sahel, the DRC, at the east of DRC, in Cabo Delgado, in Sudan, the Horn of Africa, are addressed urgently in a holistic manner instead of a military approach only to bring about lasting peace in these theaters of war. 4. Support the clarion call made by African citizens in solidarity with the people of Sudan to halt the war in that country and ensure that leaders of the warring factions immediately subject themselves or immediately initiate peace talks, I don't know what word to use, under the mediation of the solution of African conflicts by Africans. I think there's a correction to be made here. I can't find the word in French. 5. Further support the call made by African human rights defenders and PUB Civil Society Forum for the relevant African Union organs and institutions to take more decisive actions to prevent the loss of life, property, and critical infrastructure, to protect civilians, including refugees, women, children, and other vulnerable persons, and to ensure a speedy return to peace and stability. Done at Midrand, the 1st of June, 2023.
Honorable Barakat.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank you. Item 3. So I think there's everything there, because there's the Sahel region, the Great Lakes, the east of DRC, Cabo Delgado, Sudan, and the Horn of Africa. And to my mind, I think we need to seek regional stability, and that would be sufficient.
Ensuite,
furthermore, sir, I haven't finished. I'm just about to finish. Then item 4, support the call. We don't have to name people, and we just put Sudanese armed forces and the rapid reaction forces. Thank you, Honorable Honorable President. I just want to add a small correction relating to the harmonization of the text that we have, as stated by my colleagues on the first document. The verb that is being used in the infinitive in the French. We would encourage them to use their authority, or to use its moral authority. So it's really a correction that applies to the French text. And 3, instead of saying also use and support in the 4th and 5th. Thank you.
La forme, c'est les spécialistes.
Yeah. Oh, I was right. Gambia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. If you look at 3, the third line, it is saying addressed urgently in a holistic manner. which is okay, but then the addition, instead of a military approach only. So this by implication to me is like we are recognizing military approach. So why don't we just take that out? Instead of military, just that phrase. Instead of a military approach only, why are we putting that there?
Okay.
Are we including?
Okay. That is Honorable
Sahrawi.
Oh, Sahrawi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Right Honorable President. My name is Abi Mafo. I'm from the Sahrawi Republic. On page 2, where they say under item 3, first use its moral authority, then also under 3, also use its mandate to ensure that conflicts in Africa, especially those that threaten region stability, between brackets we have Sahel, Great Lakes, Eastern DRC, Cabo Delgado, Sudan, the Horn of Africa, and so on. I noticed that the Western Sahara conflict is not mentioned. As you no doubt aware, in this August Assembly, that the conflict in our region is the oldest in Africa, and it's a major conflict in North Africa. I'm a bit baffled that there is a complete silence on it. For me, it is important that we mention this conflict as #1 conflict in Africa as compared to other problems that bedevill the continent. It is a problem that is extremely important, and therefore we need to encourage the parties to this conflict to initiate dialogue to resolve the problem peacefully and not conflicts. I don't agree with that. We need to name them and name them at every occasion so that we understand the importance of resolving them. If we don't name them, that will mean that we're just ignoring them and we don't care. So I request humbly that we name this conflict, Mr. President. Thank you.
If I heard him well, through the interpretation on my side, he was speaking in French. In English, he said, do not name personalities, not conflicts, but names of persons, like say General so and so. But say conflict between this institution or this group. Thank you. I think we can now, okay, Honorable Dow.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. With regard to the proposal put forth by my brother from Djibouti, I feel that we need to name these conflicts and the belligerent parties because it's a way, I think, of exerting pressure on them. Because without them, these conflicts would not exist. So we need to name them by writing clearly their names. That is a personal view. When I take the fact that when we say that they are that under 3 there is the stability, regional stability, then we have the name. We say that threaten the stability of the entire continent because it's not restricted to these areas that have been mentioned here. So it is the stability of the entire continent. Thank you, Right Honorable President. For the rest, I have no problem.
Honorable Malisha.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En dehors de...
Thank you, Mr. President. Apart from the various items raised by the speakers that took the floor before me, let me make
a proposal that interpreters need to use the words, because I think, for example, when they say in English that we need to reduce the use of arms in Africa, no, we have to render these weapons silent. And the word mantra as well, I think we need to ensure that translators translate it properly. Probably that is why it's more expensive, isn't it? With regard to the contribution made by Honorable Mariam from Cote d'Ivoire, if we replace the word regional stability by continental stability, it means that we would have to delete what is in bracket, because that's what refers to the region concerned. Well, we have to name the Sahel because it's not in the area of Great Lakes. So, because when you say continental, then there's no need for us to go into the details. Thank you, Honorable President. The next resolution is the one that no.
La résolution sur la place de la médecine traditionnelle dans les systèmes.
Place of traditional medicine in health. Do you have the document? It is a resolution. First page is considering second page. The Pan-African Parliament decides. And then we go to 2. 1. To intensify advocacy for parliamentarians to come up with a complete legal framework for trading in traditional plants, and to strengthen, should the need arise, the regional and sub-regional health systems to promote greater health across the continent. Second, to plead for the availability of necessary resources through sustainable funding of these health activities, and then to promote what the African Union does to exchange information, resources between member countries, and to sensitize further the public as regards the advantages that can be derived from traditional medicine using plants. 4. Promote a program of certification of trade across Africa of plants, medicinal plant, to ensure security and quality of the products from medicinal plants that are made in Africa. 6. To facilitate a consultative process with regional institutions in the health sector to promote cooperation between those who practice the traditional medicine and those who practice traditional medicine, adopted in Midrand the 1st of June 2023.
I can see 2 hands up. I'll start with Honorable Molisho.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. On item 4, promote an African herbal trade certification program to ensure the safety and quality of herbal products produced in Africa in order to ensure security and quality of the trading of traditional medicine produced in Africa.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Right Honourable President. It appears to me that there was a question of intensifying research across Africa on herbal and medicinal products in Africa. I think we need to add an item where we intensify research across Africa on herbal and medicinal products.
Honorable Barkat.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Right Honourable President. I think that in order to certify, one needs to have the standards. We need to have standards that govern the usage of traditional medicine before we certify them. We can certify on the basis of norms and rules. So under item 4, maybe we should add something where we promote a certification program, but we need to come up with norms that govern this area.
Amendments and proposals, can we adopt? Next.
Merci, Président.
Thank you, Honourable President. I have the draft recommendation for a digital world that is inclusive, innovation, technology that serves both men and women. Of the Women's Caucus, do you have the document, sir? In French, do you have it? If people have, if some people have the document, then it is available somewhere.
Projet de recommandation pour un monde numérique.
Draft recommendation on a digital world for innovation and technology to promote equality between women and men.
Avez-vous le document déjà?
Have you managed to lay your hands on the document, sir? Thank you very much. Page 1, considering. Page 2, the Pan-African Parliament recommends herein what follows. 1, to promote the access of internet and digital technology to women and young girls, allowing therefore to create companies to have access to health and education, financial services, and this could also become a very powerful tool allowing women to partake of activities of governance and to be able to express themselves on issues relating to digital rights that concerns them, and to develop a content that is appropriate to promote their autonomy further. Second, to conceive and come up with legislative measures, political and administrative and practical, to remedy structural disparities that exist in terms of income, education, job opportunities, and suppress the and to explain, or rather to do away with the political, economic, cultural, and other problems that prevent young girls and women to have access to technology and to digital technologies and to use them. 3, to include actively women and experts dealing with equality between women and men, regulation and governance to guarantee justice and better sharing of digital knowledge and tools. So to take positive measures to ensure that more and more women and young girls have access to digital equipment, better connectivity, and better knowledge of digital matters. 5, to support and invest in efforts designed to increase coverage and the quality of networks, in particular in areas that are not properly covered, to ensure that there is universal access, affordable, and to have to put to the disposal of women greater access and tools. 6, to give priority to the collection and sharing of data that are spread according to sex and age, so that we can then broadcast better the knowledge and to ensure follow-up and progress, and to come up with policies that are designed to promote the enjoyment of these rights by women and girls across the continent. 7, to call upon and to make sure that women are consulted, so that we can come up with policies and initiatives that are tailored to the needs of women and girls, and to come up with policies and appropriate tools to stimulate the participation of girls in the use of models and resources that allow better understanding of the causes being proposed. 9, to give priority to legislative reforms and policies that are designed to accelerate access to basic education, digital education from a tender age, and to make sure that girls and women are also involved in both the secondary education and higher education, and support initiative designed to promote the rise of girls and women in the space, the digital space, and to fight against the spread of negative information through these tools, and then to encourage the inclusion of women and marginalized groups in the area of technology, to support solutions that are more innovative and items that take into account the needs of women and girls, and to promote equality between women and men. And then to sensitize the communities on how we can promote further these rights, as is indicated in the United Nations report that estimates that more than $1 billion is lost and has been lost during the last decade, and also to underline that if no measure is taken, this loss is going to go well beyond $150 billion between now and 2025. 13, to tackle problems that we see online and promote measures to protect women against the threats and where they're being harassed online.
Plead in favor for an approach of innovation of technology and digital education that takes into account the gender as component in order to sensitize women and girls to their rights and to promote their civic commitment. 15. Use digital technological advances to meet the development challenges as well as humanitarian challenges and achieve the objectives mentioned in the Sustainable Development by 2030. 16. Acknowledge the risk of perpetuating existing patterns of gender inequality through digital evolution and develop the need for inclusive and transformative technological innovations. 17. Underline increasing inequalities in digital skills and access to technology that affects mostly women, and call for actions to fill the digital gap between men and women. 8. Reduce, or rather, bring together technological experts, innovators, entrepreneurs, supporters of gender equality in order to present their role in improving access to digital access. 19. Organize a high-level conference to deepen issues on gender equality in the area of technology and information technology. 20. Encourage the efforts by member states and all stakeholders need to consider the social, political, and economic factors that drive the design, development, and use of digital technologies, and put women and girls at the center of technological change, innovation, and education. Done in Midran, 2nd of June, 2023.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'd like to propose that to use abbreviations in a text, we need to clearly mention them at their first use, and thereafter, when we use abbreviations, we know exactly what we're talking about. Here, abbreviations were used without actually defining them from the outset. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we can adopt subject to the amendment. Adopted, let's move.
J'ai le projet de
The draft recommendations of the dialogue I have of the youth held in the Kingdom of Morocco from the 4th to 6th December 2022. Do you have the document? Thank you. The first page is to the preamble. The second page, the Pan-American Parliament. On 1, exhorts members